Good morning, Dr. Madhu.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody.
Dr. Sesikaran, good morning. Dr. Parmeet Kaur, very good morning. Dr. Madhavan, very good morning, sir.
Good morning, and I think Shashikiran has not joined, no?
Not as yet, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
In case he doesn't join us, then we can start with the presentations at 9:30 a.m., sir.
Okay. I can't find Dr. Garg.
Oh, he'd be here. He's here.
Okay. Yeah, he is always there, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Shikha Sharma, do we have Dr. Shikha Sharma joining us? Okay,
Yes.
I guess she.
I'm here.
Oh, good morning,
Hi,
Dr. Shikha. Good morning. Do we have Mr. Raktim Chattopadhyay? Has he joined it?
Yes, I have joined it.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Trying to connect to the audio.
Yeah, Dr. Shikha, Dr. Chattopadhyay.
And Dr. Shalini Segal?
I think she'll be joining a little bit late.
Right.
She spoke to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll start a dot at 9:30. And if somebody joins in late, then probably they can have the presentation later.
Okay. Right. Then we have to share the screen, no?
Yes, sir. There will be an option in the bottom part of your laptop. There will be a share screen option. It will be green in color.
Yeah, right. And that point only we'll do. Now, whenever we are making the presentation. Right.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
So, just wanted to reconfirm. This is
Yes,
a 20-minute presentation or 15-minute?
Ma'am, it can vary, and since we don't have all the speakers with us, probably we can, increase the presentation time to 20 minutes as well.
Okay, all right. And you will announce our name when we have to start, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So I guess since it is 9:30 a.m.
Yeah, but we have to wait for Dr. Shashikaran.
Yeah, let me confirm, sir. Just a moment.
Yeah.
Puneet, sir, do we have Dr. Sesikaran joining us? Will he be joining us, or shall we start with the presentation?
To connect, but not respond. Maybe some busy somewhere. So wait for him. Maybe he will be joined later. We will start at 9.
Okay. So we're going to wait for about 5 minutes, and if he joins in, well and good. Otherwise, we'll start off with the presentation. So,
Shubham, good morning. Madhavan here.
Good morning, Madhavan uncle. How are you doing?
Oh, good. How about you?
Good, thank you. Hi, Aishwarya.
good morning, Shubham. How are you?
Good to see you.
To see you as well. Dr. Parmeet Kaur, do we have Dr. Parmeet Kaur joining us? Ma'am, you are on mute, ma'am. You're on mute. If you can just unmute yourself. Ma'am, you're on mute mode. Ma'am, there'll be an option just below the screen.
Yeah. So now I think it is there.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
You can hear me? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah, we can hear you well.
Thank you.
So I guess it is time for me to start with the plenary session. So here is extending a very warm welcome. Good morning to everyone. This is the technical session and this is the day 2 of the World Healthcare Conference. And we have had excellent sessions yesterday wherein the speakers dwelled upon various aspects related to healthcare and with the theme Global Transformation in Healthcare Post-Pandemic World. Various aspects of healthcare were discussed in details yesterday as well. So we are looking forward to an excellent day today as well. And we hope that it is going to be an invigorating session. So this is the technical session 9. I very extend my greetings and warm welcome to everyone. Dr. B. Sesikaran is going to be the chair for this session. He'll be joining us soon. In case he doesn't, then I'll be chairing this session. So very warm welcome to all the speakers for this session. My greetings to Dr. Parmeet Kaur, Chief Dietitian, Department of Dietetics, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. A very good morning, ma'am. And
very good morning. Yeah.
And we are very pleased to have you in this eminent panel. We'll be discussing about nutrition and public health towards wellness and fitness. And I'm also very pleased to announce that Dr. Shikha Nehru Sharma, Nutrition and Wellness expert in NutriWell Health India Private Limited, is also with us. Very good morning, Dr. Shikha, and very warm welcome to you as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation.
And Mr. Raktim Chattopadhyay, founder and CEO, Esperal Nutrition UAE, has joined us. Very good morning, Mr. Chattopadhyay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here.
Dr. A. Madhavan, Director, Center for Quality and Food Safety, and former President of Food Scientists and Technologists India Delhi chapter, and also former advisor to the Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, has also joined in. Dr. Madhavan, very good morning to you as well. It is indeed our pleasure that you joined us in this session. Dr. Shalini Sehgal.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Thank you.
And Dr. Shalini Sehgal, Associate Professor in the Department of Food Technology, Bhaskaracharya College of Applied Sciences, University of Delhi, is also with us, I hope, or else I think she'll be joining us soon. So very warm welcome to everybody. Looking forward to a great session. So before, without wasting any time, I request Dr. Parmeet Kaur, Chief Dietitian, Department of Dietetics, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. I request you to please start with your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya. And I will share the screen. Okay, wait a minute. Let me just share the screen first. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Give me a minute. Just a moment. Just a moment.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Perfect. Ma'am, there'll be an option. There'll be a green button on your screen.
Just a moment. Just a moment.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. We can see the screen now.
Yeah.
If you could just make it full screen, that'd be great.
Yeah, yeah. Full screen, no? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. File, I think.
Now it's okay. Aishwarya.
Ma'am,
Okay.
that's all. That's all right.
That's
Even
all
if
right.
you're not,
It's all right.
that's all right, because we can see the screens and we can see the content. So that's
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely fine. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. A very good morning to all of you. And at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Garg for inviting me today for WHC 2022. And I'm also grateful to Dr. Madhavan and other panelists who are here. And we are here today to discuss about a very burning topic of today's group, which is not only nationally but internationally, about the nutrition and public health toward wellness and fitness. It is a hot and buzzword of the time, and everybody is talking about wellness these days. And we are focusing on nutrition, we are focusing on exercise. We have got all the smart apps today to count our calories. We have apps to count our steps, and a lot of literature is available on Google also. Everybody is, but what I see is that when the patients, they are coming to me, they are all confused, but about what is available on net. And today we are looking for the right information, which is evidence-based, which is scientific, and what we should be following in today's world for our wellness. So it is a very important topic of today, and we have to really work on this so that the population is able to follow what is right and not just about what is available on the internet. Although we are talking loud about health foods, physical activity, wellness, but what we say is that what we are eating, how we are behaving, what is our current lifestyle, it is totally the opposite. It is totally the opposite. We are consuming more of fast food today and very sparingly fruits, vegetables. And if younger people, generation, those who can afford, they are having all the exotic vegetables which are not grown locally, they are brought from outside. So the mindset is very different these days, because people are reading about benefits of fruits and vegetables which are not available locally, and trying to have what is not available here but can be made available at a higher price to show a standard. And moreover, usage of alcohol, smoking, it is also on high rise. It is very high these days. So although we are talking about good nutrition, we are talking about increase in physical activity, but the word today is totally different and very, very complex. So when we talk about wellness, then nutrition and physical activity, they play a very major role. And we know that wellness is the optimal state of health of individuals and groups. And if we talk about the definition of health, which was given around 70 years before by WHO, which talked about physical, social, and mental well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. But when we talk about today's population, people, they are afflicted with many chronic diseases in last 2-3 decades. After the 1980, we see that there is a rise in chronic diseases like cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and cancer. Then so many diseases are there in the world today. And we have to look for wellness with the disease, because there may be because there may be a person with Down syndrome and still working in a school and going for coaching classes with some medicines. We have to carry forward with medicines. So this is the word today. And when we are talking about wellness, so it is very important that nutrition has to play a very, very important role. We all know about balanced diet, what a balanced diet contains, how it will influence the growth, development, functional abilities, and health in total. But still, undernutrition, low birth weight, these are very common in our country. It is still, we are not able to get rid of it. So what we should be talking about in today's world is about the nutrition for the next generation, because nowadays it is not just nutritional deficiency diseases, but obesity is also rising, and specifically childhood obesity. And also anemia is there in our country from last many years, and specifically like when we talk about anemia, then we know that because when there is a low birth weight baby, then later on they develop there is not complete development, physical development, growth problems are there, and due to which there is an intergenerational cycle. This is what I want to specify here. So we have to go by the stages of life cycle to combat the problems of triple burden of malnutrition which our country is facing, and also internationally, globally also. Global burden of disease report also states that there is a triple burden of malnutrition throughout the world. So what we need to focus here is that we have to go by the stages of life cycle and target specifically women and adolescents. Because when we know well, if a woman is healthy, then at the time of conception, then it will produce a healthy baby. So it is very important. And for adolescent, nutrition is very important. Why? Because if an adolescent gets adequate diet, then the growth will be complete. It will have full growth, full potential will be there. So adolescent nutrition and women nutrition, we have to target in today's generation. And we know now there is a rising, in last 2 years, we have been facing COVID problem also. And in a family, some people were able to contract the disease and some did not have the disease. So why it was so? So that is also still very complex issue. But of course, if there is malnutrition, starvation, there is immunodeficiency, and if there is obesity, there is inflammation. And at the time of COVID, we were saying that those who were having any comorbidity or obese, they were more prone to having COVID. So undernutrition, obesity, all are, they all lead to diseases. So if we have to go back to our basics and have nutrition as per the stages of life, and also involving physical activities as per WHO guidelines. It is 150 minutes in a week, at least that we should be having. And there is also a misconception in many people now: I am old, I cannot go for exercise, I cannot go for activity. So any day, any stage of life, any time one can begin with physical activity. Another thing which came into prominence during COVID-19 was about the use of various single foods, various functional foods. So again, it is a complex thing whether to follow a single food or food groups or dietary patterns. Which is more important? For this, I reviewed a few studies from the literature available, and then I will just show you how I went about it. There are studies whether food, nutrients, and dietary patterns. There are three things. Whether a single food will have a role or in promoting wellness, or like it is, there are two theories: priori theory and posteriori theory. In priori theory, there is a prior knowledge available about a hypothesis-oriented approach, and then in another is exploratory approach, that is data at hand. So I will just give you the details about it. Let us first discuss, understand what is a posteriori approach. In a in 2008, Dan Buettner, he wondered that why people in certain zones of internationally they lead a longest and healthiest life. So he studied people from Okinawa, Japan, then Nicoya, Costa Rica, Loma Linda, California, Sardinia, Italy, and Icaria, Greece. Then it was found that people here, they have a very high, very good life. The quality of life of these people was very good because they were involved in regular physical activity. Then there was there was a purpose of life. Then not much of stress in their life. Then they were consuming moderate calories and more plant-based diet. Of course, Japanese, they have consumed fish. So fish is also very good food, and alcohol intake was also in moderation, especially wine, because Mediterranean diet we hear, and then there is a mention about red wine. Then they all were also involved in, they were engaged in spirituality and religion. Then they used to have family life and also social life as the lifestyle habits, because so these are the factors which are very important if one wants to achieve a healthy and quality life. Nowadays we talk about cholesterol, that one should not be having saturated fats, but if we see the diet of Eskimo, and then we also talk about percentage of fat in diet, how much should be the fat in diet, carbohydrate should not be more than 55 to 65, then fat intake there should be a range of fat, there should be intake of protein. But Eskimos, they have more than 60% of fat in their diet. Still, they do not have heart disease. So this is an Inuit paradox. In spite of having high protein and fat, no fruits and vegetables, yet these Eskimos do not have heart disease and cancer. So genetics also has a role to play. Environment also has a role to play in having diseases. And then Okinawa diet, we know that traditional diet, very high intake of vegetables and fruits, and they consume very low quantity of saturated fat, sugar, salt, and full fat dairy products. So, and here people, they live more than 100 years. And Mediterranean diet, it is very, very popular. Indians also like to follow Mediterranean diet, and just for wellness, many people want to have olive oil. If you speak to anybody, then being in India, they want to have olive oil because they want to attain wellness. So at this time, we have a role to play, that it is not just olive oil. We have to go for locally available oils, which are of the same fatty acid composition, like mustard oil, which is available, then sesame oil is there, rice bran oil is there. Of course, if you see the pyramid here, you will see that the broader base is the people are involved in lot of social get-together. So whatever we are eating, it is very important that one has to enjoy meals with other. It is said that although we have a very hectic work schedule, we work all day long, but at the end of the day, we should be sitting with the family, sharing what we have done all day long, so that we are able to attain wellness and we have lower stress. So it is not just about consuming olive oil, it is also about sharing and enjoying the meals what we are having. So there are other many more studies which talk about consuming fish and plant-based diet, which emphasizes that having low-fat dairy products there also increases lifespan and quality of life. And nowadays there is another problem of cognitive function and dementia. A lot of these problems are also arising. So again, we have to adhere to a prudent diet, a balanced diet, whatever foods are available locally, we have to consume that. And in the priority approach, we say, when we say it is about the previous knowledge concerning the favorable or adverse effects of various dietary constituents. And for this, for an example, I have put on here American Healthy Eating Index. So this is being calculated over the years 1995, 2005. So they have been adding and removing foods as per the literature available, research done. Like in 2005, whole grains were included, beans were included, and oils were included to achieve a healthy diet. And again, in 2002, they included seafood, because we say that seafood is healthy. It contains a lot of omega-3. Then again in 2015, because when it was seen that people are consuming a lot of added sugar, sugary drinks, then it was like they said that it should not be more than 10% of energy. So whatever we are seeing in the society, again, the research is being done. And according to that, the guidelines are made for the population. And this dietary approach is to stop hypertension. This is also a very popular diet, and in which fruits, vegetables, nuts, low-fat dairy products, and whole grains are promoted, and moderation in sodium, sweetened beverages, red and processed meats. So again, in the time of COVID also, we have been talking about this. And like recently, we have also got My Plate for the Day from NIN ICMR, which says that our more than half of our plate should contain fruits and vegetables. So the idea is to have more of fruits and vegetables because they are loaded with antioxidants, fibers, and they are able to fight chronic diseases. So one should try to attain what is prescribed for the population and consume from what is available locally and regionally. So again, we also conducted a study at AIMS to study the nutritional overview of non-critical COVID-19 patients which were admitted in our hospital. And then again, here we found that during COVID time, because it was talked about that there is a immunodeficiency, so people were trying to have more of antioxidants, and this Kara was very popular from Ayush, then Giloy, and so many other components were added in the beverages. And another thing is about protein. What we found in our patients which were admitted in the hospitals, that they had more, they wanted to have more of protein-rich foods. So, and wanted to have more healthy foods after having the COVID. So whatever we have discussed so far, so we can conclude that if you want to achieve longevity, better cardiometabolic and cognitive health, then we should be consuming more of fruits and vegetables and whole grains. Fish and seafood, of course, can be consumed, but not red and processed meats. Legumes, pulses, they also can be consumed, and the focus should be on the locally available and regional foods. And few foods which are unfavorable, controversial, they may contain controversial dietary components, which we talk is processed meats, sugar-rich foods, and high-fat dairy products, and even trans fats. So our food safety, FSSAI, they are also working on eliminating trans fats, and they have put a limit that it should not exceed 1%. And so our policies are also there, which help in our population, which help that our population to give knowledge that they should not be consuming controversial dietary components. And now labeling is also become mandatory in our country like abroad. But now what our role is that we have to guide people, educate people to read the food labels. Because although all the information is there on the food packet, but we need to educate people to read and understand and apply to what is written on it to get the best out of the food. So like we could talk about Mediterranean diet, DASH diet, of course, they are very healthy, and they have also proved to lower the risk of strokes, cardiovascular diseases, and not only diet, it is also lifestyle and socio-economic factors. They are very important. So that is also, and then again, it is important that we should be going more for tailor-made approach as per the region. And then in the future, we have to work more on translation of available dietary findings to public health level needs. More evidence is required regionally and nationally about the most effective intervention modalities prior to necessary changes in eating behavior and to sustain those changes in long term. So this is very, very important. In addition, there is need for objective panel on outcome measures, which, so if we are prescribing any food or any regime, then it is also important, then we should be evaluating that, monitoring monitoring also, so that we get the best evidence-based solution to a problem. So next frontier is about not one-size-fits-all approach, and individuals within population, because individuals within the population share the same dietary risk, and there is heterogeneity in food preferences. So in future, we have to disentangle the interactions among genotype, diet, lifestyle, and environment to understand the basis of varying vulnerabilities and different responses to dietary patterns. This is what actually what I wish to convey is that we should not going, we should be, we need to change the one size fits all policy, because every individual is different. But the way forward is we have to also understand nutrigenetics, nutrigenomics, then personalized nutrition, then precision healthcare before formulating any nutritional recommendations and nutrition counseling, because overall objective is to reduce burden of diseases and improve eating patterns to promote health and well-being. So health and well-being is very, very important. And dietitians, they like at the time of COVID, I reviewed a few articles and also published a paper in which I mentioned about the dietitians' role in the battle against COVID-19 pandemic, because they can play a big role in educating the population. Dietitians can play in so they have a very big role. And we have to go to our basics and have plenty of whole grains and legumes adequately, then followed by fruits and vegetables, then oils and protein foods in moderation, and all the good foods, all the party foods we have to keep for the occasions, not for daily eating, and involved in regular physical activity. And in our country, it is International Yoga Day also in the month of June. So our country is also promoting physical activity. And we have to keep abstain from alcohol and smoking, which is harmful for our body. And not only this, we have to also involve in appropriate cooking practices. And so dietary diversity is also important for wellness. So thank you for all the patient listening. I hope I have able to make a point on the position of India today on the concept of nutrition and role of nutrition and public health towards wellness and fitness. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for a very great presentation. Since Dr. V. Sasipuran would not be able to make it, so I'll request Dr. A. Madhavan to please chair the session. So if you could please chair this session, it would be great.
Yeah, thank you, Aishwarya. Can you take over?
Yes, sir. So after this presentation, sir, we can probably have a question and answer session at the end.
Yeah,
after all the presentations are
yeah,
done.
I think that would be a better idea.
Sure,
Only 4 or 5 people are there, so we can
Yes,
wait
sir.
and we can pull together the questions and take it up together.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
So
Namaskar, sir.
Yes, sir.
Namaskar. Namaskar.
So next, I'll invite Dr. Shikha Nehru Sharma, nutrition and wellness expert, NutriWell Health India Private Limited, for her presentation. Over to you, ma'am. Dr. Sharma. Ma'am, you need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Sorry. So thank you so much for the invitation. And so today I will first start by clarifying that actually I'm not a
Dr.
dietitian.
Shikha, your voice is not very
Yeah,
clear.
is it, am I audible?
A bit
Hello?
more.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think I can.
Yeah,
I
am
can
I
hear.
audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I can hear.
Okay.
Okay. So let me start by first giving a little background. A lot of people know me as a dietitian or a nutritionist, but actually I'm not a nutritionist or a dietitian. And the confusion started because I'm a great believer as a medical doctor in the power of nutrition. So I'm a nutrition evangelist, and how it all started is because when I was working in GB Pant Hospital as a medical doctor, as a junior doctor in the ICU, I saw people every night. We had one death, and naturally the patients were coming with very severe heart condition, a heart attack, as we call it, myocardial infarct. And since they were already in that stage where their heart muscle was functioning at a very low level, the ejection fraction was very poor. So at least one patient would die every day. That set me thinking that if there is a road and on that road vehicles are going and there is a big pothole in the middle, and because of that pothole vehicles are having accident and people are dying, we have to first fix the pothole. Rather, I mean, of course we have to take people to the emergency and make sure that they can be treated, but we also have to fix that pothole. So with that realization, I thought, let me move into the area of preventive healthcare and help. And when I started looking at preventive healthcare, the most commonsensical thing which came to me was nutrition, because that's what we do the whole day: breakfast, lunch, dinner, communities, get-togethers. Everything is around nutrition. So I thought this is something which is very tangible, and let me work in this area. The first shock which I got when I moved into this area is that nobody was interested in fixing their nutrition. Everybody said that doctor साहब दवाई दे दो, बाकी हम सब ठीक कर लेंगे. So the awareness and the interest in nutrition 20 years back was very less of patients and of general community, because they thought once they've got the medicine, everything is done, and now they don't have to change anything in their life. And we all know from experience that change is always the hardest thing to do. It is far easier to take an aspirin or a dispirin or a statin than to actually start making changes in our lives. So I thought that yes, as doctors we can medicate, but medication will only delay the final fatal outcome if the patient does not change their nutrition, their lifestyle. So nutrition has to become center stage. I mean, it has to come as part of the treatment protocol rather than something which the patient is doing on their own. And 95% they were not doing anything about it. So that set me, when I set up my first clinic of preventive healthcare, being a very, you can say, idealistic doctor, I actually got no patient, because most patients said that, are you a cardiologist? Give us medicine for heart problem or blood pressure. Are you an endocrinologist? Then give us medicine for our diabetes. But what is preventive healthcare? We are all, you give us medicine and that's fine. So then one of my well-wishers, who used to visit us during that time, said, look, people are looking, people's pain point is not preventive healthcare. They don't believe in preventive healthcare. But people are fed up with their weight. Why don't you call it a weight loss clinic? With that minor change, just calling a preventive healthcare clinic into a weight loss clinic, suddenly I had a queue of patients. For them, they were looking at preventive healthcare because they had a wedding in the family, or their daughter was getting married, or their son was getting married, or they wanted to fit into a better clothes, or the husband, the wife would get the husband that, look, his tummy is becoming too big and he's not fitting into his suits. So please help him. So I thought, doesn't matter. As a doctor, as long as I get to treat patients and with nutrition and preventive healthcare and modern medicine, I'm fine. They may call it weight loss. For me, it is preventive healthcare. That's how my journey started. But that's also how my interest in this field started. So one of the things which surprised me is when I've said it yesterday, that when one of the patients, a young person, asked the question that, if I have to lose weight, because his mother was very persistent, he has to lose weight, he's become overweight, this, that, whatever. So he said, how much calorie do I need? So I said, you're a young person and maybe 2200 calories is what you would require. So he said, for weight loss, what would you do? I said, we'll reduce 500-600 calories and then this negative deficit would help you to lose weight. So he said, fine. I like to drink hot chocolate fudge every day. So how much is hot chocolate fudge calories? I said about 1000-1100. He said, fine. So out of that 1500 quota you're giving me, my 1000-1100 should come from hot chocolate fudge. That 300-400 rest you can manage, whatever you want to do. So that sent me into a puzzle that, I mean, experientially, intuitively, we know every day drinking hot chocolate fudge is not going to make anybody lose weight. I said, there is some dichotomy, there is some paradox which I don't know about this field. So I dive deep into nutrition, but from all angles. I started studying Unani medicine, Ayurvedic, naturopathy, everything to understand what is this nutrition all about. Now, what interesting facet I found about nutrition is that the word calorie comes from the word caloros, which is Latin for heat. And this word came out because in about 100 years back, more than 100 years back actually, there was a conference where steam engines were being discussed, because at that time steam engines were being made. And as we know how a steam engine works is that you burn coal and with that you heat water, the boiling water releases steam, and the steam moves the piston of the steam engine and the engine moves forward and pulls the wagons behind it. And they wanted to understand that what is the unit matrix measurement of how much the steam engine will move, what is the energy required. So they created a word called calorie, which is that how much 1 gram of water, the temperature change by 1 degree can happen. Unfortunately, this word was, because at that time in that conference there was a chemist also who was attending, and he was working in human sciences. He was trying to understand how much food should a person eat or human being eat and how much is their requirement actually. Unfortunately, this person who came from a background of chemistry picked that word up from physics and mechanics and copied and pasted into human biology. Human biology is completely different. So to give you an example, that in what we were describing as energy and burning is called combustion, which means you burn something like coal and the nature completely changes. The nature of coal will change. You cannot retrieve it back. It will change into something totally different. The chemical structure, the bonds will break and it will be a different structure entity completely. Whereas in the human body, it is metabolism. In metabolism, you have anabolism, where you are building structures. You have catabolism, where you are disintegrating structures. And in a human body, anabolism and catabolism happen together. Our body is constantly being structured and destructured. So, to give you an example, the cells which are old are being destroyed, and below that, new cells are being created. All our skin cells regenerate. So the lower layers come up, the upper layers are destroyed and they fall off. In the intestine, the intestinal layers are completely, the upper layers are the layers which are in the lumen. They are destroyed and the deeper layers come up. So we are work in progress. Constantly our body is being destroyed and recreated. And therefore, for this continuously work in motion, we need something where there is metabolism, anabolism, catabolism. Not to give it very simple meaning of what we are talking about is, if people have played with Lego bricks, what is Lego? Lego is, those are small building blocks, and with using those building blocks, you can create a house, you can create a steam engine, you can create a car, you can create a small robot. The building block is very tiny, and that building block is very diverse. You can attach it in different formations and your structure changes. You can either create a robot or a steam engine or a factory. This is how human body works. The building blocks are basically amino acids. The building blocks are the amino acids which are a form of protein. They are triglycerides. They are fatty acids. So when we talk about structures, these small building blocks, it is nothing similar to combustion. So when the whole concept was based on combustion and not metabolism, everything went wrong. I will simplify it further. If you look at, we all say don't have sugar, don't eat sugar. But actually, what is sugar? It is an extremely low calorie food. And yet we know from experience, if you look at why it's extremely low calorie, 1 teaspoon of sugar has only 16 calories. So even if you have 10 teaspoons of sugar, you only get 160 calories. So how does it matter? 160 calories, you can easily fit into your calorie requirement of 1800 calorie or 2000 calorie or whatever calorie is your daily requirement. So what's the problem? The problem is that sugar is just not, it cannot, this whole calorie understanding is dysfunctional, because when we take sugar, it is sucrose, glucose and glucose attached together. And when this sucrose enters the body looks it as emergency situation, because if so much sugar is released, the body will go into coma. So what the body does is
And your slide is not moved.
Yeah, I know. I'm just speaking from memory, but I will come to the next 3 concepts which I'll tell you. So what I'm trying to say is that this glucose and glucose molecule, if it enters the body, it will cause a flood of glucose which can damage the body. So what the body does, pushes the insulin up and converts 95% of this sugar into fat. This is the critical understanding, that if 95% of sugar is converting to fat, then there's something wrong with when we are talking about only calories, because our patients do not understand. They think, oh, it's only a calorie, it's only 16 calorie. So, okay, now why did we go wrong on calories is because the way calories measured is, there is a bomb calorie meter, basically a apparatus where you put the food, burn it, measure the temperature change. That's not how food happens in the body. We are not like a furnace inside. We are not like a burning furnace where the food goes in and the body burns it and the temperature rises. No, the body is extremely intelligent piece of machinery. Extremely intelligent piece of machinery. So before my esteemed speaker had spoken about the new avenues in nutrition and healthcare, which is basically, let's start with epigenetics. What is epigenetics? This is the future of nutrition. It's talking about how your body, your genetics is impacted by your food, your psychological state, your social interaction, which is your relationships. It is affected by the medicines you're taking. The microbiome is the intelligent, breathing, IQ of your body. So if I concoct a new word, like you have IQ, which is intelligence quotient, and you have EQ, which is the emotional quotient, BQ is your biological quotient. Your microbiome in your intestine is flooded with bacteria who talk to your nervous system. The intestine is the second biggest innervated organ in the body after the brain. Why does the intestine need so much of nerves? Because the microbiome is a living, breathing, intelligent unit. The bacteria, the good bacteria, are talking to your neuronal cells and giving information. There is a communication happening there, and that is why, and because food is talking to your body. Of course, exercise, your financial status. In COVID, so many people lost jobs, businesses were shut down. No wonder heart attacks were happening. No wonder people died, young people died of heart attacks, because they were shattered, devastated because of the economic loss. Their businesses, their life's earnings completely vanished. Drug abuse, toxic chemicals like smoking, bad water, bad air, pollution, disease exposure. And of course, if somebody is sleeping at 2 o'clock and after 12 midnight, it's going to affect their diurnal rhythm. We all know that our body has hypothalamic control over everything, our temperature, our functions, our systems. When we change the entire sleeping pattern, it hits us very hard. There has been enough research done that people who don't sleep well, their diabetes is going to affect it, their weight is going to affect it, and they are in a constant inflammatory response. In COVID, people who had high level of chronic inflammation, they were showing up receptors which were ACE receptors, and those cases were maximally fatal because they were expressing ACE receptors, which happens due to chronic inflammation. So epigenetics is extremely important. The second thing which I want to talk about is personalized nutrition. Like Madam had spoken earlier, what is personalized nutrition? Personalized nutrition is, today if I go out and I buy a t-shirt, I will choose my size, I will choose my color, I will choose the kind of fabric I want. But in food, we can't say everybody drink milk, everybody have curd. Because there are so many people, when they drink milk, they get phlegm. There's so many people, if they have curd at night, they get phlegm. And it is not something just from experience. Of course, we all know that. It is rooted in Vedic sciences. It is rooted in Vedic nutrition. Vedic nutrition is that part of Ayurveda which has been partially lost to the world. Ayurvedic medicine people know. But Ayurvedic nutrition or Vedic nutrition, like people know Vedic philosophy, people know Vedic mathematics, but Vedic nutrition is the area where partially it has been lost to the world and it needs to be resurrected. So when we talk about personalized nutrition, it is how your habits and your environment is interacting with your chromosome, with your DNA, and changing your DNA. So 10 years back, I had a conversation with a scientist, a lab scientist who was working on genomics. And they said, Dr. Shikha, something which is very exciting as future of medicine is that you can change the way your genetics is expressing itself. In genetics, you can shut off certain genes and activate certain genes. So you can actually make certain genes dormant. Why? Because the genetics has a sleeve on it. So if you can, by your actions, by your thought processes, by things you do, you can actually make the sleeve cover your bad genes. So which means that if in our genetics there is diabetes, there is other diseases, it is not that it is a bad fate. Through our actions, through our eating habits, we can actually change the expression of our genes. Now this is the future of medicine. This is the future of nutrition, which means our diet, our lifestyle, our environment, our thinking, everything can change. Finally, I want to just tell my audience, this is the beauty of Vedic sciences. Vedas, thousands of years back, had said that human beings are not one-dimensional. They are multi-dimensional. Human beings are energies which are multi-dimensional. Now, this might sound esoteric and unscientific. And yes, evidence will come when it has to come. But just let me whet your appetite by saying, what does it mean that human beings are multi-dimensional? It means that human beings are composed of multi-layers which come from different dimensions of the universe. The first layer which we watch, which we identify ourselves as myself, is called the earth layer, the physical layer, which is made from elements of the earth, which is Annamaya Kosh. Now, a non-vegetarian, the elements of the earth would be chicken, fish, meat, whatever. For a vegetarian, it will be plant-based food. For some other animal, it might be fruits, or somebody else, they might be on. So what I'm trying to say is that the first dimension which the human body, which not the human body, but which the human being has, is created from earth, and it is called the Annamaya Kosh, food layer. The second dimension is the breathing body. This breathing body is not from earth, it's from another dimension, and that is why when people pass away, we very quickly cremate them. We don't feel sad that we are cremating the body. Otherwise, nobody can even touch somebody. But when this breathing body leaves this earth, this breathing body comes from another dimension, which is energizing the physical body, which is energizing and giving a life to this physical body. A physical body is only a structure. It's like a phone without any charge. It's just a device. But this charge, the pranic energy, the breathing body, comes from another dimension. Scientifically, if you really look at it, I will explain it later. But the third body, which doesn't come from earth, it comes from another dimension, is the emotional and the thinking body. When we think, where do thoughts come from? As a doctor, I have no idea where thoughts come from. I know there is a brain. I know there is a physical structure. But I don't know where do thoughts come from. So this is the thought and the emotional body. Today, even despite great progress in medical science, nobody has been able to define an emotion. We know that there is a stress reaction, there is epinephrine, there is norepinephrine, there is oxytocin, there is adrenaline, but there is serotonin, but they are physical amino acids. How do they cause the emotion, the multitude of emotions which we have? Nobody knows in sciences. This dimension is coming from another part of the universe, which is all integrating into something we call a human being, the human experience. The next layer is the Vijnanamaya Kosh, which is wisdom and intuition. Great discoveries, great science is based on that flash of insight. We know the Archimedes, he was bathing in a tub and he got a flash of insight and he jumped out naked and was running on the streets and said, Eureka, Eureka, I have found what I was, the equation, that the principle. So he found the principle. There have been the benzene ring. The scientist actually saw it in a dream. He saw a snake biting its own tail. And the scientist said that I dreamt a snake biting its tail, and that's how the benzene ring came about. So these scientists, they do hard work, but where does that flash of insight come? It comes from another dimension, and then they try to, in the physical dimension, try to put a structure to it, try to put a logic to it, try to put a reasoning to it, so that the other human beings can understand, and most importantly, it can be replicated. Science is based on logic and replication. Can you show this result again and again and again? Can you demonstrate this result again and again and again? That's replication. And that's why logic and replication becomes a fundamental of science, which is you see it, then you put a logic, and then you replicate it. So that becomes a science. And of course, I don't want to dwell basic into Vedic philosophy or the Vedantic philosophy, but in Vedantic philosophy also there are 5-6 philosophies of, and logic is one of the philosophies. When we come to Anandamaya Kosh, this is the bliss. This is the bliss which only the rishis could feel it 24 hours. We see flashes of bliss sometimes. Maybe when the baby is born, the mother feels that flash of bliss, or the father sees the baby, own child, and sees that flash of bliss. When we hear amazing music, amazing composition, there is a flash of that bliss. Of course, we don't see it, we don't experience it all the time, but we know what it is, because that fraction of millisecond, when we experience it, we know this is bliss. So what I'm trying to talk about is we need to move away from healthcare in silos. We need to integrate healthcare. As a medical doctor, my appeal to all the distinguished faculties, let's start integrating healthcare and let's not work in silos. Today, the world after COVID needs integrated healthcare, holistic healthcare, and science and other practices coming together to create some protocols. Like Ayush created some protocol, allopathy created some protocol. We all have to find ways, because at the end of the day, we all are in service of humanity. Our patients should benefit, society should benefit, and we have to start building integrated systems. The second appeal would be, we must have more and more online education, because today, if you see the number of dietitians, it's running in few thousands active dietitians, or maybe a lakh or so. It's even less than doctors. Why? Such an important field. Why don't we have lakhs and millions of dietitians? Because they are the frontier of interaction with the patient. They are the ones in schools, in colleges, in institutions who can actually help people change their diet and lifestyle. Why don't we have millions of yoga instructors, fitness trainers, mental health counselors? Because as doctor, it's my appeal that we don't want to see the patient when it's on the last breath. We want to see the patient to actually work on higher level of medicine, which is functional medicine. We want to work on the next level of medicine. We just don't want to keep repeating the same thing which we have been doing for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, because we want to take patients to the next level of functional medicine, which is optimal health. We just don't want to struggle with basics which we have already understood how can be fixed. So with the team of all these professionals, we can give the best to our humanity. So this is what I feel is the requirement of today. And if all of us come together, perhaps, and the last appeal would be, India has a wealth of knowledge. We must start scientific validation, documentation, and dissemination. Because in Vedic sciences are a wealth of knowledge where people from Germany, from France, from Singapore, from US, from UK have started studying. Let's not lag behind. Let's pick up this Indian traditional systems and start validating, documenting, and disseminating. Because as a doctor, I know I'll be very scared if somebody just tells me offhand that give this to a patient. Because I also am a licensed practitioner. I cannot take risks with my patient. But yes, if there are enough researches, there is enough coming from the government sites, then I would be confident to give it to my patient. So with that, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful presentation. And as discussed earlier, we'll have the question and answer session at the end of this session. So
Aishwarya, you muted right now. We can't hear you.
Well, there is some issues.
Well, in that case, we can.
yeah, hi. Sorry, I'm sorry. I was muted. So I was inviting the next speaker, and as discussed earlier, we'll have a question and answer session at the end of this session. So I'll request Mr. Ratim Chattopadhyay for the next presentation, please.
Okay. Thank you once again for by having me here, and also giving an opportunity to understand and to understand more deeper part of the nutrition and public health from the experts. Am I completely audible, right?
Yes, very much.
So I don't have any slides, apologies for that, but I would prefer to put up certain thought process which probably relevant for today's discussion. I especially come from a cancer nutrition background, so my major work and research is into cancer nutrition. So I am basically, by qualification, I'm a human physiologist with specialized in medical nutrition. my 20 years of my major career into or work into the cancer nutrition area. In today's topic, where we are talking about public health and nutrition and wellness, the word, especially wellness, is I would say that overused currently, and there is a need of understanding to the masses that how wellness or whether wellness is different from the clinical aspects of it, or there is a strong clinical aspect involved in the wellness also. I think there is a confusion, maybe because of uncontrolled education, I would say. In our society, nutritional problems are not linked to the food only. That is the first myth, I think. It is rather to variety of interacting and interrelated factors. Today is the age of algorithm and artificial intelligence. So if you see from the nutrition, the words associated from the algorithm, there are top 5 words are associated with nutrition, the word, that is food, obesity, diet, vitamins, and carbs. Now, with this context, the core functions of public health include assessment, policy development, and assurance. Now, when it comes to the assessment, especially in the field like clinical nutrition, where cancer or like disease, I see there is a severe lack of assessment, especially for the nutritional assessment. And I personally feel that nutritional assessment is the key fundamentals for public health today. So when it comes to the policy development, I think Dr. Paramjit was talking very clearly that need of importance of educating people for reading the labels. I think any policy is good or bad. It depends on the implementation of it. In India, in last especially 8 to 10 years, we have seen, especially in field of nutrition and wellness, there is a huge momentum has been created. Someone was also talking about physical activity. There is an emphasis. Obviously, COVID has taught us a lot of things. A lot of things have been prioritized from the nutrition and public health. But still, I think there are a lot of government activities, central government activities which have been taken, which are clearly showing us the way. The problem is the implementation. So when we are improving our levels, at the same time, I completely agree with Dr. Kaur that there has to be immense focus on educating the masses how the label and why the label has to be raised. So with this background, the easiest way to explain the public health is that it deals with health from the perspective of population, not individual. That is very clear. We must be aware the importance of good nutrition as a foundation and a cornerstone of health. That is being quite imbibed now. So what is the significance about the introductions of the word public in this context? So the complexity comes, or the ambiguity comes when we take nutrition and public, these 2 words together. Let us find out. Now, malnutrition is the underlying cause of at least 50% death of children under 5 years in our country. The situation of nutrition-related problems in our country reveal an alarming situation. So we cannot deviate from certain facts. So let us look at the facts that we all know, but let's take those facts out. Almost 1/5 of infants born in India are low birth weight below 2.5 kg. And we know that low birth weight have adverse effects throughout their growing years and may have adverse implications even in the adult life. So low birth weight may even lead to the child mortality, and that is evident. Secondly, there is a widespread prevalence of growth retardations among preschoolers from socioeconomically disadvantaged families I'm mainly talking about. And almost half of the children suffer from mild and moderate undernutrition. So this is the basic facts the country is suffering today. These are all coming from the Global Nutrition Report also. A large population of children suffers from micronutrient deficiency in varying degree of severity also known as hidden hunger. You know about hidden hunger. The micronutrients of most concern are iron, zinc, vitamin A, vitamin D, iodine, folic acid, and obviously vitamin B12. Any professional in this field of public nutrition has to promote good nutrition or to prevent nutritional problems, for which it is important to identify the problem and its magnitude. Understand how and why these problems occur, and then plan strategies and actions to implement them and evaluate their impact. So this is why I'm saying that this is probably the fundamental issue still we are struggling with. We see a problem and we jump into the correcting. In the public health, it doesn't work that way. It has to come from identifying the problem with a methodical way, then understanding the course corrections in a very scientific and phased way, which I see that there are last 3 to 5 years, there are a lot of effort has been made by ICMR and FSSI also, and various government authorities. So by many indications, the country's major need in nutrition in context of today's public health, if I have to summarize, I would say control of obesity, second, education on the role of nutrition in the chronic diseases, because this is, I'm emphasizing again, the chronic diseases area. Assessment of nutritional status as a step towards control the borderline deficiencies. I think this particular thing, if we can take care, there are a lot of deficiencies can be arrested with. Means of complete intravenous alimentation that we know, and additional knowledge regarding nutrition in the aged and under stress or in the convulsing population. So with this context, the public health and nutrition went towards the wellness. We cannot differ from this statement that there is a significant rise in the non-communicable diseases in last 20 years in the country and also globally, and that is mainly contributed by the nutritional deficit. Now, today we all understand that, but the problem is that the way forward, when we are trying to tackle, and India always will differ from the rest of the country because the diversity of the food, the culture, the habits are widely different from the rest of the country. So it is absolutely uncomparable when it comes to the strategy formation, when it comes to the statistical comparison or analysis. India has this unique position. Even for a dietitian to prepare a diet chart coming from the various parts of the country is always very difficult, because the food habits are difficult, because even the chronology or chronobiology also differs from area to area. So all these factors actually contributes to the development of nutritional health and hence in the public area. I would like to stop here because I know that we have a time constraint, and I would say with this note. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Mark.
Yeah. It is good. So, where is our Aishwarya?
Sir, it is time for your presentation, sir. Madhavan, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm ready. Yeah. Just a minute. Give you some. My screen is visible now?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. We had 3 wonderful presentations before me. I hope I'm audible. Somebody say yes.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you. Thank you, Shubham. And before going ahead with my small knowledge sharing, at the very outset, my respect and reverence to my teacher and guide, Dr. Anil Garg, President, World Healthcare Conference, under whose command this great event is happening. Also, my respect to Sri.
Sir, make full screen mode. Presentation mode.
Sorry?
Presentation mode, sir.
You're able to see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen. If you want to put this in a presentation mode, you can from the bottom. If not, that's fine too.
No, I think I'll just, I'm coming to the presentation. I'll take a few minutes.
No problem. That's good.
Yeah. I was paying my respect to Dr. Anil Garg and Sri Anil Dasdan, Chairman, Energy and Environment Foundation and former Secretary Power, Government of India, from whom I draw a tremendous amount of energy. Of course, Dr. Shashikaran is absent today, and my fellow fellow speakers have done a wonderful job. So, plenty of information has already been shared here on the various attributes of nutrition, health, wellness, and fitness. Ever since COVID-19 has erupted in this planet, we had been talking about resistance, immunity, and whatnot. We had been narrating big data on malnutrition and its much research effects on human race. I shall be confining my talk today on nutrition, health and wellness, and their subsets. Before diving into nutrition, health and wellness, I'll take you back to about 3,000 years ago into our Hindu tradition, and a quote from Charak Samhita that is documented about 3,000 years ago. The translation will read like this: innumerable disease, bodily and mental, have for their roots in ignorance. A man of ignorance becomes united with conditions for disease. One should never take any food acting only from a desire for it and guided by ignorance. Only food that is beneficial should be taken. That also after appropriate examination. After all, the body is the result of food. This is a quote from Charak Samhita, which has been documented about 3,000 years ago in our Hindu tradition. That is in our, just like Dr. Shikha was telling, the Vedic knowledge talks about nutrition about 3,000 years ago itself. Our pursuit of knowledge on ourselves, that is our body system, had been there always. The more we know, we do understand that still there are many more things to know. There was a time when we compared human body to a machine and talk about diseases as repairable damage. Then we started talking about health. Later on, especially post-COVID, we started talking about wellness, and now on sustainable wellness. This is on the screen. You can see the Charak Samhita, which I have just shown the appropriate part. Now, when we speak about health and wellness, we must be aware that what is the difference between health and wellness. I will not be reading the full screen. Health means absence of disease. Any situation where there is no disease prevailing in the body, and there should not be any other factor which is disturbing you mentally also. That is known as a situation where you are told to be healthy. Wellness, on the other hand, is the state of living a healthy lifestyle. There are different components of wellness, especially as defined by WHO. There are 5 combinations or components of wellness, that they are physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual. These are the 5 components of wellness. As per WHO, you can see the screen. The wellness has been defined here as wellness is achieving the best health possible in all 5 dimensions of one's life. Those dimensions are here: physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual. I have a small problem with my system. I think it's running slow. I do believe that human nutrition is all about chemistry, because I'm basically a chemistry student, and a bit of transport mechanism of thousands of biologically active molecules. Human body is probably the most complicated system that human beings have ever seen. The chemistry is so complicated. All nutrients are composed of very large organic molecules except water and some minerals. Of course, water is again a nutrient. One of the most important nutrients in our body is water. Water is, of course, the requirement of water is, I think I'll be coming to that point shortly. The requirement of water in our body depends upon several factors: our body constitution, the physiological structure, then any other health condition prevailing at that particular condition. Even minerals in general are transported in form of coordination compounds with multi-dentate ligands, except iodine, sodium, and potassium. A classical example is that of hemoglobin molecule containing a Fe3 plus ion, responsible for the transportation of oxygen throughout the body. I'm sorry for the slow pace of my system. This what I'm trying is, it's only an example, a sort of a illustration I'm giving you. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you,
Yes.
and we can see the slide as well.
Yeah, but
We see the structure of hemoglobin molecule.
Yeah, yes, right. This is, I'm showing this structure just as an illustration to show that how complicated the molecules are in our body. Your body runs as an auto-powered machine thanks to thousands of chemical reactions that are occurring inside it every second, every hour. It's important to support these processes fully by providing your body with all necessary supply systems, which we call as nutrients. Foods provide nutrients needed for your body to grow, repair, regulate, maintain, see, hear, think, or learn, or do whatever you want. All your sensory perceptions require movement of scores of complicated molecules and subsequent electric impulses. It is important to note that our body synthesizes thousands of useful nutrient molecules within using materials made available through food. Even a single sugar molecule may end up as fatty acid or other very gigantic molecules in our body through the metabolism. Thus, we need nutrients, both macro and micro continuously to run our motor system. We need, what I was telling is, we need both macro and micro continuously to run our motor system, be it voluntary actions like walking, running, fighting, singing, learning, working, etc., or non-voluntary actions like breathing, learning, hearing, pumping blood by the heart, sensory perceptions, brain work, etc. How that work is being done is decided, controlled, and monitored by a very complicated communication system, running of which we need micronutrients like minerals and vitamins. There are many reasons why we should pay attention to what we eat. The processed, low variety foods may offer taste and satisfaction, but they may be devoid of several or many useful micronutrients, and they may be compromising on our health. The modern way of life, where people keep running for making fortune, make us do away with wholesome or balanced diet. No wonder why more and more people fall sick. World over, the share of people dying due to non-communicable disease is drastically increasing these days. There are many reasons why we should pay attention to what we eat. The processed, low variety foods many of us consume these days, as I told, are the processed food may be just devoid of many useful micronutrients and even macronutrients. We have already been told that there are 6 basic nutrients like carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, minerals, and water. The 2 major categories of nutrients are micronutrients and macronutrients. Carbohydrates Carbohydrates, proteins, and fats form the major components of macronutrients. Vitamins, iodine, minerals, antioxidants, etc., form the major part of micronutrients. And both any deficiency in macronutrient or micronutrients will make us unhealthy. That is, the system will not function properly in case any of the macronutrient or micronutrient is absent in our system. Now, the channel goes like this. Adequate amount of all micronutrients should be there. You are healthy. Once you are healthy, and once you are physically healthy, mentally healthy, you fall into the category of wellness. You are supposed to be having wellness with you. Micronutrients such as vitamins and minerals are required in small amount, hence the prefix micro. Macronutrients enable the body to produce enzymes, hormones, and other substances that are essential for proper growth and development. Iodine, vitamin A, and iron are the most important in global public health terms. Their deficiency represents a major threat to the health and development of populations world over. Water fits into its own category, and its requirements for it vary greatly depending on your weight, activity level, and clinical conditions. All of them are classified as essential. Your body requires essential nutrients to function properly. The nutrients must be obtained from the foods that you eat. Your body cannot make them on its own. It is a point to be considered that all the nutrients must be taken through food only. Our body does not have the ability to manufacture or synthesize nutrients, except some chemicals. Those chemicals are being manufactured inside our body from basic materials like sugar, as I told previously. These nutrients must be obtained from the food you eat. Your body cannot make them by itself. When the body runs without minimum requirement of any of these nutrients, the system tends to fall deficient and thus sick. Let us see what is healthy diet. It is balanced, diverse, and appropriate selection of foods eaten over a period of time. A healthy diet protects against malnutrition in all its forms as well as NCDs. NCDs are non-communicable diseases, and ensures that the needs for macronutrients, proteins, fats, and carbohydrate, including dietary fibers and essential micronutrients, vitamins, minerals, and trace elements are met specific to person's gender, age, physical activity, and physiological state. For diets to be healthy, I was telling, there are certain parameters. Daily needs of energy and micronutrients should be met, but energy intake should not exceed the needs. Consumption of fruits and vegetables should be at least 400 grams per day. Intake of fats should not be more than 30% of total energy needs, with a shift in fat consumption away from saturated fat, and unsaturated fats should be more. The share of unsaturated fat should be more in the diet, and the elimination of industrial trans fats. Intake of free sugars should be less than 10% of total energy, preferably not more than 5%. Intake of salt should not be more than 5 grams per day. Recognizing the interdependence of health and development, the Sustainable Development Goal 3. I think I'll shift to the next slide. I'm sorry for my incapability of changing slides on and often. Goal 3 of Millennium Sustainable Goal, that is SDG 3, declared by United Nations, has the agenda, namely, provide an ambitious, comprehensive plan for action for people, planet, and prosperity, and for ending injustice that underpin poor health and development outcomes. SDG 3 aspires to ensure health and well-being for all, including a bold commitment to end epidemics of communicable diseases like AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, etc. It also aims to achieve universal health coverage and provide access to safe and effective medicines and vaccines for all. Supporting research and development for vaccines is an essential part of this process, as well as expanding access to available medicines. For good health and thereby wellness, we need nutrients at the minimum required level. Nutrients are available only through food or through supplements. Nutrition supplements may not offer the desired results, as the system will, our human system, our metabolism is designed to accept nutrients from food only. We don't, in fact, nourish supplement food as such if it is given in the form of tablets or in the form of direct supplements. It is always better to have nutrition through food only, because there is a culture, there is a shift in our culture that, as Dr. Shikha was telling you, medicine is not everything. Everything cannot be cured through medicines. We must have the background for that. Nutrition, essential nutrients, whether it is macro or micro, especially micronutrients, should be made available to our body through food only. The most practical way to reach health and wellness of people is through nutritious and wholesome food. Food fortified with micronutrients are viable solution. Nowadays, we have a lot of options of going in for food fortified with micronutrients. We had been fortifying salt with iodine. We have fortified edible oils fortified with vitamin A and D. We have even rice of late had been fortified. We have vitamin A and iron fortified atta available in our country. So these things are augmenting the availability of micronutrients in our daily food. Let us plan for sustainable health and wellness. It's always better to cook food at home and eat with family. I think Dr. Paramjit Kaur was telling, there is a need of socializing. It is not that we eat good food in a airtight compartment and feel very good, that we don't have any ailment, we will not have any problem, we will be very safe. No, we are all social animals, and socializing is a very, very important segment in our healthy life. It is as a part of that thing, when we eat, scientists say that if we cook food in our houses and eat them with family, it makes a lot of difference. Packaged or ready to eat food are generally devoid of useful micronutrients. Factory produced food will certainly have additives and preservatives, though these chemicals might have been accepted as safe, but of late, many such additives which are thought to be safe are being proven otherwise. I have very, very classical examples of recently, last week when I was going through some literature, wherein, for example, titanium dioxide is a very common additive in food industry, and of course in pharmacy also. The tablets that you are consuming, for example, paracetamol tablets, the white colored tablets, all tablets will have titanium dioxide as fillers. Titanium dioxide is thought to be safe for many years. Many years, titanium dioxide had been underused. But of late, it had been proven that titanium dioxide are safe to some extent, but to many people, titanium dioxide has effect on the gut microbiome. Similar things are there with what is that xanthan gum, which is a common thing in your ice creams, etc., which is E415, which is supposed to be very safe. When I was in FSSA, we had a very elaborate discussion on xanthan gum. So we have accepted it as a safe additive. But of late, I mean, I think for the last 6 months on, it had been proven that the gut microbiome will have getting affected by xanthan gum. The gums get disintegrated by the bacteria, and these gums will be disintegrated into smaller molecules of sugars, and this sugar again will be disintegrated to smaller fatty acid molecules, and these fatty acid molecules will get into complicated molecules later on. So our very concept of safe additives and preservatives do not hold good forever. Science is expanding, so our concepts also. Indian traditional food prepared in traditional way are proven to be treasure of all useful micronutrients. One may consume locally produced grains, vegetables, and fruits. Mother India has some design in planning its vegetable kingdom. So it is always better to consume locally available, locally produced vegetables and fruits. Use millets, legumes, and other local producers to match with local climatic conditions and our physiology. Never go with taste or color, because both taste and colors are cheaters. They will just misguide you. Why we add taste makers and coloring materials are just to attract people. They may deceive you. Go with true virtue. I always say color and flavor. That is the taste factor, taste bud. Taste buds are always misleading. How much you eat is important as what you eat. Moderation is key to health and wellness. Before winding up, I would once again remind you of the ancient Indian knowledge shared in Charaka Samhita. One should, that is, I think I'll once again show you that thing. This is the essence of that Charak Samhita. One should never take any food acting only from a desire for it or guided by ignorance. Only food that is beneficial should be eaten after proper examination only. After all, body is a result of food. I think I've come to my last of my discussion. So over to the organizers, please. Aishwarya, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
If Sharani Sahgal is
Yeah.
here, please can call her to invite her.
No, sir. No, sir.
Oh,
Well, I do have a
Sir.
question for all the panelists actually.
yeah.
I think it's been a very interesting discussion about what to eat and what not to eat, and how does it really affect the different, different koshas, as Dr. Shika had mentioned in her presentation or in her discussion. Having said that, at least in the United States, what's happening right now is that there's a big following for paleo foods or keto diet and all that. Having said that, what are your opinion or what are your thoughts on that? What do you feel about that? Is that the right approach, or it's just a temporary approach, or what would be a holistic way to really look at that?
Dr. Shikha will reply.
Yes.
Or should I?
Yes. Thank you for that question. So I'll tell you what I think. Now, the West is driven by results, outcome. And therefore, I would say that if the Vedic nutrition or Vedic concepts are presented in a simplified form with outcomes and structure, people would love to follow that. Because when people follow a paleo diet, there is a hypothesis, there is a philosophy of why paleo works. So what the hypothesis is saying that that initially Homo sapiens were having more of protein, they were running around, they did not need so much carb and all of that. So when paleo is followed, it's not followed by common man. It is followed by people who are driven by intellect, who are driven by logic. And that is why I feel that personally I know the side effects of paleo diet, because it is unbalanced. It does not look into the fact that the body also needs a low inflammatory diet. Now, paleo is a very high inflammatory diet. The inflammation levels are very high in a paleo. So I think what usually happens is how we present our information is very important. If it is structured, it has evidences, and there is enough evidence which we can find in the Vedic aspects of nutrition. So the short answer is paleo is a high inflammatory diet, as most of these plans are. The second is that for paleo, because it's based on the way Homo sapiens evolved, that is why it is interesting. But in today's environment, it is not as relevant, because Homo sapiens have a very different environment. So I think that's what I would suggest to someone who would be following a paleo diet.
Yeah, if I can just augment what Dr. Shikha has told. Like Dr. Paramjit Kaur was also mentioning, you have to have a holistic approach. If you go for a balanced diet, a properly cooked diet daily, you will not need to go for a keto diet or aldehyde diet, whatever be. And that the proposal for a keto diet, etc., I don't find much of scientific evidence, scientifically documentation for those things. The very concept of pH change in stomach, the keto diet propagators are telling. I think I have from the very beginning itself, I could not agree with those things. Like some of the keto diet proposals were telling that lemon is alkaline. If you consume lime juice, it will become alkaline. Lime, which is having citric acid in it, can never be alkaline. It is acidic only. And in our stomach, if we put any material, the acidity in our stomach is that high that the remaining or the resultant product will be acidic only. It will never become alkaline. And the stomach cannot function properly in presence of alkali. It can function only in acidic background, acidic situation. I mean, I'm just quoting an example, but what I want to convey to you is that the so-called modern diet concept, especially prevailing in the US, where people have a very bad eating habit. I had been to US many times. I've seen their habit. In US, what happens is they don't cook. They just heat. They buy bread from the market, come in, if they want, they cook, and that also people don't do. They take as such. From the cold storage, they take as such. Please. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I am Dr. Parmeet Kaur. I would like to add to this conversation is that we should be following a sustainable diet plan, which we are able to follow over the lifespan. Not something, nothing is, there is no quick fix solution to weight loss. Many people, they go for keto diet and so many other diets for a quick fix solution. There is no quick fix to any diet plan, like to have a good health. In fact, it will lead to nutritional deficiencies. Keto diet may be given to a specialized people like sports people who want to go for a specific weight category competitions because they want to achieve a certain weight, but not it is not a recommendation for a population for weight loss. It is not a recommendation. We have to go by a balanced diet, and as Dr. Madhavan said earlier also, that we have to follow a balance of protein, calories, fats in a diet. It should be locally available and produced, and it should be seasoned as per the season, because our physiology, metabolism is affected by the season. So do not go for quick fix solutions for weight loss. Follow a balanced diet, healthy diet as per calorie and nutrient needs. It is not that only calories matter. It is the nutrients which are present. They are more important. Thank you.
That's a very valid point, Dr. Kaur. You mentioned about sustainability, and I know that we're running over time, but a few valid points that I really feel about sustainability in terms of what you eat, having a balanced diet. That's the other part, and I think this is another area of discussion that can go more into deep sections. For example, if I'm talking about rice is a particular meal that fits in right for certain segments of the world, but it doesn't fit in a certain segment of the world. So when we say a balanced diet, what does that really mean? And what geo does it really fit in, right? So I think that could be a different discussion altogether. But I think I want to thank you all for such valuable thoughts, and this has been a very amazing knowledge sharing panel. Thank you.
Yes, should I sum up the discussion, Dr. Garg?
Yes.
I'll just go
Yes,
for a
sir.
very fast.
With the permission of chair, I have to say, this is Dr. Anil Garg. I want to say something. That yesterday also we have a discussion on latest digital technologies and others. And what is very important is data. Data of patients. Data is a personal property of a person. And this data is very, very important, and personal property of a person, and very costly. As far as financial data of a person is costing $100, the data of a person, of patient, is $700 or more. So there is no standardization of data as on today. So there should be something to be done to have data in constant form, in a systematic manners. That is required for the day. And I will compliment or congratulate Dr. Shikha Sharma for the excellent award yesterday. And hopefully we will meet in person. We will have this conference of 2 days on 12th and 13th of April next year in person. So we all invite you. And if you come across any innovation in the healthcare industry, maybe in device, maybe in technology, maybe in drugs, so this should be taken care. And just let me know so that we can recognize him, her, or company for the innovation award. From last 2 years, we are searching, but no authentic information has been received till date. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Madhavan. Now,
Yeah, before winding up, sir, with your permission, I would like to make the statement that, see, we have, by virtue of this discussion today, opened up a Pandora box. Like Dr. Shikha was telling, there is something like Vedic nutrition. So why can't we have a full discussion, full conference on Vedic nutrition? It is something worth taking up. And with your cooperation, Dr. Shikha, we can take up at the appropriate level, and it is really worth doing it. We must know our own knowledge, our own abilities. Rather, nobody knows. We all speak about all what is happening in and around the world, but we forget our own knowledge. So it is a very worthy subject that you have told today. I think I'll be contacting you personally, and we will take it up at appropriate level. And as a substitute chairman of this session, I should say, substitute chairman, I underline. I thank you all, the knowledgeable persons here, and the discussion had been very useful. And we will continue this discussion because, as we all had been telling, the wellness doesn't end today. It is a continuous process. It continues throughout the life. Then only we call wellness. So let us continue this discussion throughout our life, throughout our what do you call as professional life at least. And thank you very much. We'll meet again.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Madhavan, for excellently chairing this session. And thanks to Dr. Shikha Sharma, Dr. Kaur, and also Mr. Chattopadhyay for an excellent session. We look forward to your participation in the future conferences, as well as Dr. Garg mentioned about the new ideas, and Dr. Madhavan has talked about new conferences. So thank you so much, and we look forward to your participation in the future conferences as well. We'll be having in 10 minutes a special session coming up in about 10 minutes from now. So just join us for that as well. But it was great having you in this session. It was indeed an invigorating session. I thank all of you for this pleasant morning and indeed a very thought-provoking session. Thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies, for having joined us. See you in 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Miss Aishwarya, please join Hall A. Yes, please join Hall A.
Nitsa.
Puneet sir? Puneet sir?
Yes, आप हॉल ए ज्वाइन है, अभी हॉल बी में नहीं है सेशन.
आपने बोला ना हॉल बी ज्वाइन करने को सर?
हॉल ए.
सर अभी आपने बी बोला, मैंने ए में तो थी.
Yes, to kindly give her industry keynote address.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Shwarya.
Hi. Do we have the speakers? I guess Gayatri Mishra ma'am is not joining us. Do we have Mr. Srivastav and Mr. Deshpande? Have they joined in?
Doesn't look like in the participant list. I don't see the names here.
Puneet sir? Puneet sir? Do we have Mr. Srivastav and Mr. Deshpande? Have they joined in? Should we wait for some time? I guess we can wait for a while before we begin the session because Mr. Srivastav and Mr. Deshpande, I can't see them. I guess we'll wait for some time for them to join.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks, Shwarya.
Mr. Ashwarya,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vikram Srivastava and Mr. Arjun Deshpande will be join us within just 5 to 10 minutes.
They will join us?
Yeah, they will join.
Okay, sir. Let me know, sir.
Welcome, Mr. Vikram.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Vikram, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, this is Aishwarya.
Hi, Aishwarya.
Sir, we will be joined in by Mr. Arjun Deshpande as well. And as soon as he joins, then probably we can start off the session, sir. Puneet sir, do we wait for Mr. Arjun Deshpande?
We will start and he will be joining us.
So Aishwarya, my recommendation would be to start and probably Mr. Deshpande should join in between anytime.
Sure, sure. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to technical session. And this session is going to focus on drug development and discovery, supply chain, chain management in pharma. And Mr. Vikram Srivastava, Head of Planning Global Supply Chain, Sun Pharma, has joined us. Mr. Vikram,
Excuse me, can you please mute your lines, please? Thank you. Aishwarya, please go ahead.
In fact,
Aishwarya, please go ahead.
In fact, I can see Mr. Arjun Deshpande has also joined us. A very good afternoon, a very warm welcome, Mr. Deshpande. He's the founder of Generic Aadhaar. Very good afternoon, sir. Very warm welcome to you. So I'd request Mr. Vikram Srivastava, Head of Planning, Supply Global Chain, Sun Pharma, to please begin the session. And at the end of the session, we can have a question and answer session as well.
So,
Srivastava, sir.
yeah. Thank you, Aishwarya. A very warm good afternoon to all the listeners over there. Glad and elated to be part of this World Healthcare Conference. Happy to be here. So, I mean, my opening remarks, so to speak, over the last couple of years, what we have seen is unprecedented. What struck us, through the pandemic was truly unprecedented. So as a supply chain professional, being in a very critical industry vertical, which is pharmaceuticals, generic pharmaceuticals, our goal is to reach the 7 billion plus population across the world. We know India is the pharmacy to the world. We are making more than 40% of the drugs which are getting consumed, globally. 50% of the vaccines, and the numbers are just stacking up for India in terms of pharma supplies. So we were in the middle of the storm, so to speak. Like I like to say, we were not the boat was not in the storm. We were in the middle of the entire unprecedented event in supply chain parlance. If I have to talk, this was kind of like a black swan event, because both my demand and supply got disrupted at the same point of time. It started with supply disruption because we know India, being the pharmacy of the world, we still are kind of dependent on China a lot in terms of procuring our actives, in terms of procuring our raw material. And we know the pandemic started in China, so we were under the assumption at the start of the pandemic that this will be probably China specific, and that is where the supply disruption of material started from. But slowly and very quickly, I would not say slowly, very quickly, in the month of March, April 2020, we saw a complete global lockdown, with logistics coming to a grinding halt, with material movement coming to a grinding halt. It was a challenge for us to keep our operations running, our localized, our factories in local areas running, because they were localized lockdowns, and keeping the people safe, keeping them under quarantine, keeping them in their own bio bubbles became a huge challenge for the entire, industry, so to speak, not just for particular companies. And if I have to paint a picture of what really happened in the last 2 years very quickly, I break it down into two parts for the listeners. Upstream, if you have to look at, like I mentioned, procurement and operations got impacted, where, flow of material, imported materials, even domestic material became a challenge. And keeping your operations on in the factories, keeping your bio bubbles on in localized, operation centers became a challenge. And downstream, if I have to look at, the first major impact was, of course, on logistics front, because we know about 60 to 65% of the pharma goods moves on passenger air bellies, and we know in March 2020 everything came to a grinding halt. Though there were no more commercial aircrafts, I mean, nobody was flying anywhere. So making sure that whatever we produced was reaching to every nook and corner of the world, of the globe, became a huge challenge immediately for supply chain professionals like me. And of course, demand sensing. I mean, I would say, how the demand is going to shape up. People stopped going to doctors. They a lot of elective surgeries. A lot of prescriptions came down. So we were not really sure how we are going to manage the entire demand flow. So these are the two parts where it happened. And if I have to break it up in three phases as to what really happened, phase one was, probably March to May, June 2020, where it was a complete lockdown. Phase two was where we saw pockets of, area geographies getting opened up. I mean, there was opening up and relaxation of the norms for movement of people and goods. So this was probably phase two, relaxation of the quarantine rules, etc. This was probably June to September, October time frame 2020. And phase three is what I think we are continuing to evolve as we speak right now, is the new business paradigm, or the new normal, so to speak, in which today we live in. I mean, the uncertainty and volatility probably has moved from pandemic to probably a geopolitical situation. It could be a third scenario tomorrow. I mean, in my opinion, this is where we are going to be. This is how supply chains are going to function going forward. And it is going to put a lot of stress and pressure on how we do drug discovery, drug development, and drug delivery. So those were my opening remarks. And, if there are anything else, people would want me to cover on, I am happy to. And at this point of time, I would want to pause and check if you want me to elaborate further on a few other metrics of how we are going about in supply chain, or how do we want to take it forward. Aishwarya?
Sir, we can probably have the next presentation, and if there are any questions, probably more that require more elaboration, then probably we can go ahead with that, if that works for you, sir.
Yeah, it works for me, absolutely. I mean, do you want me to, so the next speaker will speak, or do you want me to elaborate a little bit more?
So it'd be great if you could elaborate, and if there are certain slides probably that you have that you'd like to share, it'd be great.
Okay, sure. Just give me a second. I could share something which is ready.
Sure, sir.
On. Share, okay. So is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, it has started.
Great. So yes, so what I was talking about is the new normal. Let me just go on presentation mode. Yeah. So
Yes.
This is where I was ending, guys. I mean, I was talking about the three phases, which I will just quickly take you through. I mean, these are the three phases in which I was trying to divide the entire flow of events of what happened. So phase one, like I mentioned, was a complete lockdown. Phase two was pockets of unlocking, pockets of normalization. And phase three is where I think we continue to live in, is the new business paradigm, the new normal, so to speak, in which we live in. And what I want to spend a couple of minutes on this slide and talk about is what could be the new normals. So I've covered a few things which came into my mind with respect to business process re-engineering, whether you're talking about risk mitigation, reducing your supply chain complexity, increasing your agility, execution, digitization. A lot of people say digitization came to fore because of Corona. So in this slide, what I've tried to capture for all the viewers over here is all this was already there. I mean, pre-Corona, we were already doing all this. I mean, so to speak, before the Corona phase. And a lot of companies were ahead of the curve, a lot of, a lot of maturity and a lot of execution, agility, digitization, a lot of AI, ML adoption in terms of planning processes. And a lot of companies were starting slowly, but it's not that we were not there. I mean, what really happened during the last 2 years is this all these parameters that you see over there got a huge impetus. I mean, we could really push forward the whole agenda of unifying the entire value chain end to end, and how supply chain through the entire value chain flows through. And that is where I wanted to capture things that beyond business process reengineering. I'm talking about now business continuity plans. I mean, now we're talking about scenario planning. We're talking about plan A, plan B, which becomes like, if my A vendor is not able to supply, or during my development scenario, if I am having some difficulty, where I can look at scenario B. I mean, so business continuity plans have now taken center stage in my mind. We have started to look beyond just in time. We are looking at just in case, like I mentioned even above. A lot of changes in terms of micro fulfillment centers, dark stores. This is all going to start with a lot of e-commerce, e-pharmacy, so to speak. E-pharmacy in my mind is just the tip of the iceberg that we are seeing. All the NetMeds or the PharmEasies of the world. This is just the tip of the iceberg. In my opinion, the new normal, or going forward with all the digital initiatives, a lot of big players getting into it, it could be patient life cycle management. So right from diagnosis to consultation to insurance to medication. So the entire patient life cycle management in my mind is going to go online, and at a click of a button, the patient will know what was his last diagnosis, what were his last reports. And not just the patient, his doctor is going to have all the reports digitally, and he's going to able to support the patient in leading a much more healthier lifestyle. So that is is something. And then I have tried to further break this entire new business paradigm into three main pockets, which I feel are very critical. One is, of course, planning, which I have talked about, the single unified demand view across the entire value chain. We have talked about shorter horizon planning because of the VUCA world that we are living in, volatile, uncertain world. So typical SNOP cycles, which cover a month to 2 months planning cycles, need to be squeezed down to a weekly, probably, or to a fortnightly cycle, where we are starting to look at the market volatility. We are able to sense demand more quickly and react to the demand, so that patient needs are not unmet. So that is where a lot of innovation is happening in terms of demand driven MRP, in terms of integrated business planning. And we are started to look at very smart forecasting tools and methods to how we can deliver value to the customer, to the patient. Procurement, in my mind, is going to play a very, very important role in the next phase of evolution, so to speak, in pharma supply chain. Typical pharma mindsets, I mean, we are looking at analytics in procurement. We are looking beyond spend. We are looking at end-to-end visibility. We are looking at our vendors as our business partners now. We are looking at benchmarking the entire data. We are looking at automation, so that we have end-to-end visibility with respect to what my vendors and their vendors are having in terms of inventories, and what are their risks that they are looking at in terms of sourcing material, etc. So these are all critical things, and a lot of localization, so to speak. I mean, deglobalization. We were talking a lot of globalization earlier, but during the pandemic we have realized that we need to have better controls over our supply chains, and how we can reduce the risk and dependencies across different geographies of the world. So a lot of localizations is happening now in terms of development also. I know a lot of R&D colleagues are started looking at local sources, so that we have better control in terms of quality, in terms of specs, and in terms of availability. And if there is any disruption in supply chain, so to speak, a pandemic to come through, a geopolitical situation, a war somewhere, or any other thing, that could disrupt your supply chain, you have better control in terms of ensuring continuity of supplies. Logistics, like I said, is key. I mean, during the pandemic, we realized that logistics could make or break your supply chain, because at the end of the day, you could produce the life-saving drug, but if it does not reaches your customer, the patient, you are at the end of the day denying that patient to have that medication which could help him or her lead a healthier lifestyle. So a lot of efforts is going on in logistics. We still are grappling with a lot of disruption in logistics services right now. I know international flights have just started, but still it is nowhere close to pre-COVID levels in terms of passenger air movements. Even on the sea freight, we know container availability has become a issue. There is a lot of blank sailing. There is lot of port congestion which is happening, which is delaying the entire movement of the container. So just to give you guys a sense of what delays we are talking about, a typical direct sailing, Indamax, India to say the east port of US would take about 20-25 days. That has now gone up to about 40-45 days. So you're talking about literally doubling the logistics time. So these things need to be factored in, especially for critical life-saving drugs. And that is where, a lot of innovation also is happening in terms of logistics. I wanted to cover one slide, just a second, on, it's not here. Before I go to, just a second, give me a second. Before I go to, my final closing remarks, just a second. In terms of, what I wanted to touch quickly base on was in terms of drug delivery discovery cycle. So just a second, let me see if I can find that slide, because that I think could be, also very important with respect to what we are doing in terms of innovating our entire end-to-end drug delivery and discovery. Because we know even the government of India has now come up with a lot of, production link incentives, and where they are helping, companies to look at, setting up manufacturing facilities locally in India, and incentivizing manufacturers and developers so that, we go end to end on our drug discovery and delivery cycle. So I'm not able to locate that slide, unfortunately, but what I wanted to share with the listeners over here is, before I go to the end of my presentation, let me just open that presentation and keep it there. Just a second. Was the 4 Ds, so we are talking about discovery, development, and delivery. We are so the Indian farmers, is lagging in terms of, discovery and development. We are very good in terms of, delivering the goods. So, like I mentioned, we are already in the peak of, the pharmaceutical chain, so to speak. We are the pharmacy to the world. But in terms of, drug discovery and development, I still think we are lagging a little bit, and that is where a little bit of support and a lot of, push from the government of India is going to help manufacturers invest a lot more in terms of R&D, and climb up the value chain of the entire pharma life cycle, so to speak, and get into that innovative complex drug discovery and development phase, which in my mind will become very critical going forward as we move away from your simple chemical based drugs to highly complex injectable sterile products and to biologics and biosimilars. My closing remarks over here would be 4 or 5 key learnings which I would want to share with the listeners over here in terms of, what I would say are the takeaways, in my opinion, with respect to supply chain and how we can make it more robust and agile is proactive crisis management. I already spoke about building agility into your supply chain, building, uh, scenarios which can help you risk mitigate from plan A to plan B in terms of if a plan A is not working out, so that your drug supply chain is continuous. Supply chain visibility and sustainability in my mind is going to be very important. I talked about having visibility of my vendors and my vendors supply chain, so that I am in control of where the disruptions could happen and how I can mitigate those risks. Building sustainable business models is important. I mean, I firmly believe in today's scenario we need to be better before we can become bigger. uh, Developing and investing in the right talent. I know India already has a lot of talent in terms of pharma, but in terms of planning, in terms of supply chain, in terms of adopting to new tools, digitization, AI, ML, which is also going to help in the drug delivery and discovery phase, cut down the entire cycle time of drug discovery. And last but not the least, which covers the entire piece and stitches the entire value chain together, is how we are going to invest in digital technologies, how we are going to adopt digitization going forward, which will make our supply chains more robust for the next disruption whenever they happen. So that's all from my end, Aishwarya.
Thank you so much, Srivastav sir.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastav. You have made a very good presentation and very relevant point.
Thank you.
One point is that we are good in drug delivery. So we appreciate your honest and frank opinion on this. And there is a scope for discovery and development.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
And of course, innovation.
Yes.
That is the drug innovation or pharma innovation is required. And this innovation is the need of our, and it should reduce the cost of drugs so that it should be made available to the poorest of the poor.
Absolutely.
I appreciate your concern about digitization and technology adoption. Your last point, this is a crucial for our people, our generation throughout the world. Not only in India, throughout the world, this is required and need of our. And hopefully we will have more discussion in the next conference that is on 12th and 13th of April 2023 in person. And we will have experts from various pharma companies, drug companies to join. I will request Mr. Arjun Deshpande, founder, Genetic Aadhaar, to kindly address us. It's a well-known name. Arjun Deshpande, please.
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for having me here at World Healthcare Conference 2022. So as the topic is about the supply chain and the innovation in the pharma industry. So as we all into the pharma industry, Indian pharma industry is growing rapidly. And with that, India is known as the pharmacy of the world, and 1/3 of the exports of pharmaceutical medicines are being done by India alone. So today at Genetic Aadhaar, with an innovation and with an we can say an innovation to the supply chain for the common man of the country, because as we all know, India is pharmacy of the world, but then too today also 50 to 60% of the Indian population are not getting affordable medicines, and due to that they're skipping the monthly or the daily medicine dose. So this is a huge number what we have to figure out, and we have to reach out to that people to provide the high quality and affordable medicines, because as we know, India is a pharmacy of the world, and in the recent COVID pandemic also, India was serving from different ways to different developed countries like US, China, or Europe, or Middle East, by different our products like hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, paracetamol, which were the need of an hour, remdesivir, of course. So when all the developed countries are demanding the medicines or the high-end molecules from India, that is the capacity that our Indian manufacturers have, that they can produce and manufacture high-quality generic medicine. So when we started Generic Aadhaar, the main problem that the common man on the ground. So I will share the story about the Generic Aadhaar, why I started Generic Aadhaar 3 years back at my age of 16, because there was a huge problem what I faced on ground, that one single day I went to one of the medical store near my surrounding region, and I found out that the senior person at the age of 70s, he was requesting medical store owner for the monthly credit on the monthly medicine bills, and that store owner was not giving the credit on that monthly medicine bill. So I asked that Dadaji what was an all issue about. So he told me that his wife was having cancer, and he was not able to buy the medicines which were costing around 15 to 20,000 rupees, and his son was an auto rickshaw driver. So that hurts me a lot, because as a young kid I was knowing that India alone is manufacture, and we export one third. India is the manufacturing hub for entire world. One third of the export is being done by India alone of pharmaceutical product. Then to our Indian people or our Indian citizens are not getting the medicines at affordable rate, because as we all know, medicines are not the luxurious expense. It is a basic necessity of every individual. So I thought, why this is the thing. So I done a research, and I found out due to the decade-old supply chain into the industry, the cost of the product is increasing 10-folds or 20-folds. So I thought we have to do something innovation into the supply chain, and we have to bring a new revolution into the decade-old pharma industry, which can give a new hope to the people of the country. And from then we started expanding about our venture, because as we know, for the supply chain or to reach out to the consumers directly, the retailers or the medical store owners who are there on the ground into the pharma industry, they play a very important role, the medical store owners. So I thought if we take them under the roof of Generic Aadhaar, we re-aggregate them with our venture, why then we can reach out 130 crore of the population of the country, because the small medical mom and pop stores are there and already present in each and every corner of the country. So for me, main supply chain was the medical store owner to reach out to the consumer. So at the second part, by taking the product directly from the manufacturer to give to the consumer. So that was an innovation into the pharma industry, because as we all know, the decade-old pharma industry run from the manufacturer, then the super stockist, distributor, CNF, all the middleman chain is the high promotion cost, it's been there. So all the medicines in India, 90% medicines are generic only, but due to the promotion of the product and the price hike on a particular product, because I believe medicines are not the luxury expense, the basic necessity of every individual. So we are today, we are doing an innovation into the supply chain by taking the product directly from the WHO GMP accredited facilities, high quality manufacturing facilities, and providing that via our aggregated stores to the direct consumer. So it's an ecosystem what we are creating for the consumer. So today with this innovation, we have reached out 150 plus cities of the country, and we are serving via our aggregated stores across the nation. So today I'm happy to share that we are present in small towns of the country, like in Odisha, in Bihar, in Maharashtra, in Bengal, each and every corner. So when we say today India is exporting, and we are exporting, and we are an global player, but at the end of the day, our today country people only not getting the affordable medicines and the high quality medicines at their doorstep or in their villages today as well. So my first goal in next 5 years is to reach out 130 crore of the population of the country, to reach out and provide high quality affordable medicines which are up to 80% lesser as compared to branded counterparts, with our innovation into the supply chain, with our cost effectiveness, and with the high quality. So today with generic Aadhaar, we are solving two major problems into the industry. One is for the consumers and one is for the existing medical store owners. So from if you see from a decade, the small mom and pop stores near our surrounding regions, they are facing a huge business competition from online pharmacies, or maybe big medical malls. These small medical store owners are today facing, they're not getting good profit margin, they're not able to survive and all this stuff. So today we at Generic Aadhaar are helping them, we are empowering them to grow with Generic Aadhaar and to take this their business to the next level. So the two burning problem into the industry we are solving on, and with that we have made an revolution into the industry. So I will just share today in India there is one small village, Kushishwar Asthan, in Bihar. There is the population of the village is 15,000. There is that is a very micro village. 15,000 population is there today also. But in that village, one doctor is there, one pharmacy is there, and one hospital is there. That doctor today have taken the franchisee of Generic Aadhaar, and we are providing affordable medicines to direct to the consumer via our innovation, or the what we have made into the supply chain from our direct manufacturer to the consumer. So in that village, because of that doctor pharmacy, people are getting around earlier the bill was going around 10,000, 15,000. They are getting the same medicines at only at 4 to 5,000 rupees now. So that kind of innovation we have brought on table today. With that, our USPs. So today means the supply chain today, what we are as a country we are going on. So it's a really good for the country, because now API manufacturing. So today Generic Aadhaar is doing very good back integration on the API, active pharmaceutical ingredient, because today, as we know, when we have to make the cost, reduce the cost at the front end, our back end also should be strong. So today we're tying up with many of the API manufacturers from different parts of India or China to bring the API at very affordable cost and with the high quality APIs as well, because as the supply chain is very well dependent on the API quality. So today at Generic Aadhaar, we are focusing over there as well, and in future in India, more API plants should be there to support our Indian economy and into the pharmaceutical industry as well. And with Generic Aadhaar today, we are not only creating jobs, but we are also creating entrepreneurs. So whenever we are inaugurating any of our franchises with the supply chain, we are also helping the micro entrepreneurs to grow on the local side or at their villages or the city side. So that kind of innovation and the betterment we are doing at Generic Aadhaar. And in COVID pandemic also, when different companies or different brands where supply chain was definitely hampered, that time also we reached out many cities, many villages, and we provided remdesivir, hydroxychloroquine free of cost to the needy people. So that kind of innovation, or we can say pharma industry, is not only for doing the business, for giving back to the society. So with our innovation, we are building an organization with that, helping the common man at the ground by providing high quality, cost effective medicines. Yeah. So I will just end up over here. So if we have any questions to take, so we can have that.
Excellent. Excellent. Dr. Deshpande, Arjun Deshpande,
Hi.
You have touched upon innovation, and innovation in digital ecosystem is a need of ours. And apart from that, Mr. Srivastava has already touched upon that drug discovery is required, technology is required, and we have to do something innovative in this direction. In process, you have done excellent. but in the manufacturing, in the discovery, there is a lot of things to be done by pharma companies and drug companies throughout the world. And that too in digital system, digital ecosystem. At the end of day, the cost and convenience of the medicine is required. It should be efficient and effective, but at the same time, it should reduce the cost. We should have the affordable cost to the poorest of the poor. That is required. And that is not required in India. This is required in Africa and Southeast Asian countries and even Canada and USA. So our focus should be world-class R&D. Expenditure is required in R&D, and companies should focus of their profit in R&D in true sense. And that's why this is requirement. I will ask the opinion of our learned colleague, Mr. Vikram Srivastava, on this aspect. Innovation and R&D.
So, Dr. Garg, I think you have touched a very raw nerve in terms of how the generic pharma industry is going to grow. I mean, innovation is going to be the bedstone of growth in pharma going forward, in my opinion. And like I was mentioning, we have to now move from the simple oral solids, so to speak, simple formulation medicines, drugs. We looking at designing the drug which are more patient centric. They are designed to meet the patient physiology, the patient's particular needs. So all this is going to add a lot of complexity in terms of formulation design and development, and also in terms of formulation delivery and dispatch to the goods, to the customer. Because for example, a normal oral solid, a normal drug can be shipped at 25 degrees or 30 degrees across the world, and the drug does not impact the efficacy or the efficiency of drug or the delivery mechanism of the drug. But a complex drug, a sterile drug or a vaccine, if the cold chain is not maintained, say 2 to 8, by the time it reaches the patients, the efficacy is already gone of the drug. The patient is probably having just a placebo. The drug is not doing the job it's supposed to do. So as we move towards more complex biologics and biosimilars and sterile complex products, we need to also strengthen the entire supply chain, logistics, planning aspect of it, so that these drugs, which are very patient focused, I mean, it is designed to meet certain requirements of the patient's medication need, they are delivered in the best possible manner. And over here, a lot of logistics, packaging innovation. I mean, I am not just focusing on R&D and the drug development. I am looking at the entire value chain. Even packaging is playing such an important role in not just ensuring that the drug is safely delivered, the counterfeiting is reduced. It is also, in my opinion, with all the innovation that is happening in terms of packaging, also going to give patients alerts with respect to when they are due for their next medication, so that the patient also doesn't miss any dose for critical cycles of medication where they are having. And all this, Dr. Garg, is going to make patients across the world lead a normal and healthier lifestyle. And like you rightly said, our focus is not the first world countries. It is not just developed countries, Europe and US and other developed countries. We are here to serve these 7 billion plus people across the globe. You mentioned about Africa. I'm talking about Eastern Europe, Africa, definitely LATAM, Southeast Asia, where still, affordability of, expensive medications and drugs is still, the people are not able to do it, afford it. And that is where Indian pharma industry, I think, is going to play a major role. And I think a lot of focus and support is also coming from the government of India, which I am very happy to state over here, that even the government has woken up to the fact that our supply chains are currently kind of dependent, or the dependency is quite high on few particular geographies, or particularly China, where I mentioned in my opening remark also. So unfortunately, currently about 60 to 70% of the actives and key starting material is coming from China for all the pharma drugs that we make. We need to reduce that. I mean, this was not always like this. In the early 90s, Dr. Garg, I think you will be able to completely agree that in the early 90s, we were only procuring about 30% of the goods from China, importing KSMs and imported APIs, etc. This has now gone up to 60-65%. I mean, so we have doubled over the last 25 years. So it's going to be a slow process, because we are in pharma. It is a highly regulated industry. We are in the business of making sophisticated life-saving drugs. I mean, any vendor change, any qualification of a new facility or supplier has to go through an entire review cycle, regulatory approval process. We are heavily regulated. I mean, probably after aviation and nuclear, pharma is the most regulated industry in the world. So we need to work in this regulatory ambit, and it is for the good and safety of the patients, I believe strongly. And that is where the government of India is, in my opinion, through all the production link incentives. I know last year the finance minister had declared 15,000 crores in terms of production linked incentives, which they are going to offer to the pharmaceutical and healthcare sector, which in my opinion is the step in the right direction. And how we can make pharma zones where a lot of facilities can be shared in terms of different manufacturers. We can have reduced costing, the same model probably what they have done in China, to incentivize and grow the entire chemical and API industry. Something like that we need to do probably in India. A lot of state governments are already doing it. In Telangana, we know it is quite evident. The government has done over there. Even in Gujarat, we see a lot of good pharmaceutical manufacturing setups in a very small pocket. So these are the things, in my opinion, are going to reduce the overall cost of operations, and this in turn will help companies invest a lot more in R&D and innovation, because we know in investing in R&D and innovation is a risk. I mean, if all your money you have put in terms of a drug discovery, and at the end of the day it does not meet the regulatory aspects, or it is not able to deliver the mechanism what you have trying to develop, it could be all that money could go down the drain. And it's not just money, it's time, because we know drug delivery discovery is a long process. I mean, it could cost you multiple crores and a few years to get into that innovation field. So all this will help, in my opinion, a lot of pharmaceutical companies to be more bold, to invest a lot more of their top lines, bottom lines into R&D centers, invest and encourage scientists to be more adventurous, so to speak, try out different things, so that we are able to make patient healthcare more affordable across the globe. That's my take, Dr. Garg.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. Now we will request Mr. Deshpande, Arjun Deshpande, to have your views on innovation and R&D in pharma sector, drug sector.
So as I mentioned that innovation is a new normal today, because whenever means we have to, as a in the pharma industry, innovation is the thing what we have to do to provide the drugs to the consumers today. And with that, the cost effectiveness, as you mentioned, with an innovation is very important, because when we are doing innovations, we have to just see that the cost for the end consumer reduce, and with that innovation, and we can give the product on time to the consumer. So it's not only about, so as today means while listening, I listened that about the Africa and or the Latin America and all the other parts of the world. But these are the all the important parts for the pharma industry what we have to cover on. But for the priority for any of the pharmaceutical companies should be today the population of the country, because as we know, India is one-fourth. India have the one-fourth population of the entire world, and our main focus should be to deliver the product to the people of the countries. Because I always believe that if we travel 40 kilometers away from Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Hyderabad, that is the real India what we have to go and deliver the products on. Because I frequently travel not only in urban cities but also in rural part of the country, because whenever we are inaugurating any of our new outlets in different parts of the country, I personally go meet the people on the ground, the senior citizens on the ground. They today also tell me that for buying the necessary medication, they have to go 10 kilometers away from the villages. And that is the burning need of the country what we have to solve. As I mentioned that I was reading some days back in one of the survey that today also 50 to 60% of the Indian population is not getting medicines due to the unnecessary high price, and due to that they're skipping the monthly medicine dose. Okay, so over here we have to do the innovation. As I mentioned, with generic Aadhaar, we are doing the innovation from the direct manufacturer to the consumer by giving directly all the benefits to the consumer. So innovation is new normal, as I mentioned, and with that, not only just focusing on the urban cities, but also focusing on the three-tier cities of the country, that will really give new heights to the pharma industry altogether. And definitely the API plant project, because of the government of India, will be also giving new heights to the new heights to our Indian pharmaceutical industry altogether. Because when the API price will be reduced, definitely the formulation price will be reduced. So that kind of innovation or R&D government and the pharma industry should focus on in future.
Thank you, Mr. Deshpande and Mr. Vikram Srivastava, for giving a illustrative account and your presentation and address. That is very, very informative. We will conclude this session and we will meet next year on 12th and 13th of April 2023 in person. Thank you very much.
So thank you for having me.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Garg, and thank you to the world, to the forum for inviting me over here. Have a nice day. Bye. Aishwarya, we can log off, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you
Hello,
so
Miss
much for
Aishwarya.
having joined us. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
So yeah. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for having joined us in this session. It was indeed a very great session where the discussions really focused in detail about, especially about innovation in the pharma. I'd like to thank the speakers. So thank you so much for having participation in the future events as well. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Take care. Bye. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Welcome, Dr. Ma.
I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, Dr. Ma.
Very good.
Am I audible? Hello, I'm Dr. Saira.
Welcome, Dr. Sarah.
Thank you so much. Am I audible properly?
Yes, yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You have any presentation?
You mean me?
Yes, yes, I have a presentation.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Let me see.
you will just try to share it so you can
Okay.
not any trouble in the type of screen.
Okay.
Dr. Mark, we have your presentation.
Yes. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what do I do? Because it says I cannot share my screen.
Actually, somebody else is
Just
trying
a
to
minute.
share, so
We
it's not.
will just remove our slide and you can. Thank you. Yes, please. Dr. Sarah, please try to share.
Okay.
Should I try to share now?
Is it visible?
Oh, okay. That's...
Can you see?
Yes, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, now I
Okay.
can see it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'll stop sharing.
Mr. Ravinder, please share Dr. Mark's presentation.
Do we try now?
Yes, yes, please try.
Mr. Ravinder, please remove the slide. Dr. Mark want to check the share screen.
Do you see it now?
Yes, fine. It's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so we stop it now.
Yes. We will start the session at 4 p.m. sharp. Around about approximately 9 minutes. After 9 minutes.
Good afternoon, sir. Dr. Fullerman. Very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
And Dr. Amer Alata, do we have Dr. Amer Alata joining us? Okay, I think not as yet. So Dr. Saira Menas, very good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Ma'am, so we'll be starting off with the session in about 5 minutes from now.
That's fine.
We're just waiting for Dr. Alata to join us.
Okay.
Neetsa? Will Dr. Alata from the UAE going to join us?
Speakers.
Yeah, we have the speakers, but I'm asking about the chair. Dr. Amer Alata. So we're going to wait for about 5 minutes and we'll see if Dr. Alata joins us, or else we'll start off with the session. So I've been instructed to begin the session. So I extend my warm greetings to the speakers for this session. Indeed, the World Healthcare Conference this year is themed Global Transformation in Healthcare Post-Pandemic World. And we have had excellent sessions since the morning, where we are dwelling on various aspects related to the healthcare field, especially in the post-COVID times. And this is, again, a very important topic that we have taken up in this session. And this session, we are waiting for the chair to come. If that doesn't happen, then we'll continue with the presentation. So,
okay, Aishwarya, I will start. Aishwarya, I will start. Welcome to all the distinguished speaker, Dr. Mark Fullman, Dr. Sarah Mehnaz, Professor. So the topic is nursing education, safety management, and patient-centric healthcare and wellness. When we say nursing, this means patient-centric approach. And our total focus that patient should be comfortable, patient should feel that he's taken care, and the medicine and medical care is affordable. These are requirement of a patient. And nursing education, if there is goddess on earth, she is nurse. Doctors are good and they deliver, but ultimate contact is nurses. So their education, their comfort level, their well-being, and quality of healthcare providers with a patient-centric approach is a need of ours. With this word, I will request Dr. Mark Fullman to kindly address us this very important topic, which is having a focus, much focus nowadays after COVID. Dr. Fullman, Mark Fullman, please.
Okay, good afternoon. Now, what do I do to start the presentation?
At the bottom, and there is a green screen sharing.
There'll be an option.
We will share. We will share on camera.
Okay.
Share screen.
Okay.
Share screen. So are you able to see?
I can
There'll be a
see your
green
face,
button, sir.
but
Green
not-
button.
Puneet, you are doing?
Yes, sir.
Just wait.
Okay.
So our IT team is managing it. Don't worry.
Dr. Fullman, just wait.
Yeah, I wait.
Yeah, you will get your presentation loaded and this will be seen. Meanwhile, you can address us.
Okay, while we wait for the start of presentation, let me make a brief introduction. I'm going to speak not about healing, about caring, about solving, but my topic is prevention, because healing and caring, you spoke about nurses, occurs after somebody has been ill or somebody has suffered an accident. So for the benefit of everybody, and foremost the patients, the potential patients, I should say, it's much better to prevent illness and to prevent accidents. And for that reason, the International Social Security Association, which is a sub-organization of the United Nations, the last 4 years has developed its Vision Zero concept for safety, health, and well-being. And it basically means that we should put a lot of effort into prevent undesired outcomes and not so much in healing or putting it right. That's the basic introduction. Now I'm still waiting for a sign that I can share the screen. We tested it before, but something has gone.
Okay, it will be done soon. Now
Okay,
you can
here
see.
we are.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, so that was the introduction. Let me start. Next was.
Puneet, next.
What, how do I do next?
You say next, it will be done next.
Okay. Thank you. Now, the International Social Security Association, with its 14 subgroups, is actually helping not so much the public or governments, but companies. Because this Vision Zero is based on the thinking that every company promises to its employees zero harm. That means that when companies hire workers, they promise them, sometimes only implicitly, that they will stay safe and healthy at their place of work, which means you go home after work as healthy as you have been arriving, maybe a little more tired, sure. Now, how can a company keep this promise? Through prevention. And in order to help the companies, the ISA has developed the seven so-called golden rules. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah. Here you have the 7 golden rules. I will not read them now because I'm going to enter each one of them. Just these 7 rules have been developed 4 years ago to prevent accidents at work. But they're equally important to prevent pandemics at work. So let's take the first one. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Okay. Next slide, please. Now, the first rule, golden rule, is take leadership and demonstrate commitment. This is among the 7, not by accident, number 1. Safety at work or prevention of a pandemic depends on management. Too many times I have heard the sentence, it's in the interest of each worker to make sure he or she is healthy. Sorry, that's wrong. Workers do not think much about safety or health, they think about achievements. It's a management job starting at the very top, because executives, managers, they are role models. They lead by example, they establish the rules, and they follow the rules to give good examples. And even more important, executives and managers make sure that everybody in the company knows the rules. Even more important, understands the rules, because many times written rules stated by governments are not understandable, and then follow the rules. So in a pandemic situation as we had, or still have, I should say, it is utmost important that each executive, each manager is a visible role model. For example, wears a mask where required, and obey rules such as quarantine strictly, and make it known that you obey it, not to fall into the bad trap of the English government. Next, please. Say golden rule number 2. It says identify hazards and control risk. Now, in order to prevent the pandemic, a very systematic risk assessment is needed, because you need to convey to the employees the specific risks of a workplace, such as you can read infected surfaces, or in changing rooms, lack of space, where it's very difficult to maintain the required 1.5 meters. And then motivate them, that's the control risk part, motivate all your employees to follow the rules. Because the rules and management or an executive board established are specific rules for specific workplaces. Therefore, it's much easier for the people to see the sense in it, instead of a lot of rules published by a very distant government, and where you shake your head and say, what does that mean in my specific place of work or in my specific living environment? Next. Define targets. For a program approach, it is very important to have a program-based approach to focus on topics that allows visibility. So in order to fight pandemic, to prevent it to spread in your workplace, you have to make visibility a high issue. Visibility, for example, in supermarkets could be, or in warehouses, to have distance markers on the floor that indicate this distance of 1.5 meters. So that's one. Another one is setting up a vaccination program in-house. That means it can be visible for the employees. They don't have to travel somewhere and to stay in a waiting line, queuing, and it can be scaled. That's the flexible part in the program, scaled to include families, which otherwise would get lost. And if the family is submitting to the pandemic, the working member of the family has to stay home as well, so it makes sense to scale it up. Next. Ensure a safe and healthy system. For that, an excellent organization is key. Excellent means, for example, first of all, it has to be consistent. So, same message everywhere. For example, the same type of masks or the same type of disinfectant dispensers everywhere. If you have a lot of different masks where you have for going from one type of the working place to the other, and you have to change masks, then absolutely sure that the employees will start to circumvent those rules. Dispensers as well. It has to be up to date. Dispensers should never be empty. And a system must be open for bottom-up input. So don't just tell the workers that they are required or they're encouraged, encouraged to make proposals. Go and seek the proposals. Management by walking around, ask your employees what do they think could be done to further prevent this spread of the pandemic. Next. Ensure safety and health in machines, equipment, and workplaces. Clean surfaces and fresh air are essential, as we all know in the meantime, to keep the virus from spreading. So management needs to establish and enforce a very strict schedule for cleaning and airing. Just telling the people that you should open the windows from time to time, that is not going to work. It must be strict, it must be a schedule, it must be a system. Health rules tend to be forgotten in non-routine activities. In many productive areas, production firms, you have activities that are classified as troubleshooting. So make sure that in troubleshooting, the rules for pandemic prevention don't get forgotten. Distance rules must be observed even if you have to do troubleshooting. And as I said at the beginning, observing rule is based on understanding rules. Now, many of us work in a multi-language environment. My experience in the Indian cement plants was that up to 5 or 6 languages were spoken in a plant, which is not surprising given that, if I remember correctly, India has 26 or 28 official languages. So make sure that the rules are understood in all languages present in a working environment. By the way, this is not specific India. If you go to a building site nowadays in Western Europe, on the average, you find workers speaking 6 to 7 different languages, and it's easy to forget the rule because you are not understanding the writing on the wall. Next, please. Develop competence. And a pandemic leads to a lot of workplace changes. One typical example in Western Europe and the US is the so-called home office. We all know now that working at home can create psychological problems, which is less a problem on or an impact on health, but on well-being. And well-being cannot be separated from safety and health. So providing training, continuing education, and supporting employees is a must. When employees suffer from the double or triple load of working at home, caring for family members, and educating the children while the schools are closed, this is a management task to support them. So this support, it can be different from managing on-site. Leading and coaching employees working from home requires a totally different form of leadership. You cannot be a control freak anymore. You must have more confidence in your workers, and you must learn to formulate objectives and to speak frequently to them, because you hear mostly of the problems they psychologically suffer from when you listen to their voice. If the voice doesn't sound normal anymore, then well-being is affected. Next and final. invest in people. Investing in people requires a very special meaning in a pandemic. They need your employees or employees of all companies might need support. For example, financially, they might need extra time to care for family in normal times. That's unpaid leave. But in a pandemic, it's not for them to choose whether they care for family. It's a must. Secondly, employees might be less productive in a pandemic, which affects their compensation if they have a variable component in it, like so many pieces produced per hour. The other thing is development. We all agree that lifelong learning is a must in our productive environment today. But when, for example, somebody has to work from home, this person might loosen out on collective learning experience. We all know that sometimes we only learn from each other if we meet physically. And secondly, for younger people especially, working from home might mean that they might be overlooked for exciting new projects. So those are the 7 golden rules that were initially developed for prevention of accidents. But the experience of the last 2 years have shown that they're equally important to stop the spreading of a virus across the workplace. In other words, to prevent pandemic. And I'm personally convinced, to close it up, that those 7 golden rules, slightly adapted, would be very useful also for action of government departments at all levels to further prevent the spread. And maybe they could replace some of them, well, less understandable publications I've seen in Western Europe by governments. So I think I kept my 20 minutes. Thank you very much, and I'll hand it back to the chair.
Thank you, Dr. Fullman. It's an excellent presentation, and we will like to invite you next year also, and on the first inaugural day to address, if possible in person. Otherwise, we will have your presentation like this. Whatever may be, dates are 12 and 13 April 2023. Excellent presentation, and we have to learn from your golden rules.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I will request Dr. Sarah Mehnaz, Professor of Community Medicine, Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Aligarh Muslim University. Dr. Sarah, please.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd share my screen.
Puneet.
So, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. Visible
Okay.
and good.
Okay, thank you. So today I'll be talking about nursing education, safety management, patient care, healthcare, and wellness. Patient safety. One of the most important aspects of high quality healthcare is patient safety culture. Now we are talking about a culture. Previously we used to call it as patient safety only. So culture means something we have to imbibe in ourselves. So it becomes a part of life. Patient safety culture is defined as the product of individual and group values, attitudes, perceptions, competencies, and patterns of behavior, which determine the commitment to and the style and proficiency of an organization's health and safety management. Patient safety is a healthcare discipline that emerged with the evolving complexity in healthcare systems and the resulting rise of patient harm in healthcare facilities. It aims to prevent and reduce risks, errors, and harm that occur to patients during provision of healthcare. A cornerstone of the discipline is continuous improvement based on learning from errors and adverse events. Patient safety is fundamentally delivering quality essential health services. As we develop from simplicity to complexity, we develop better things. We go into a good world, but still somewhere sideways we have some kind of side effects where we really do negative things. So there is a clear consensus that quality health services across the world should be effective, safe, and people-centered. In addition to realize the benefits of quality healthcare, health services must be timely, equitable, integrated, and at the same time efficient. While providing direct care to patients, nurses play a key role in ensuring patient safety. Physicians may only spend 30 to 45 minutes a day with even critically sick inpatient patients while making diagnostic and treatment decisions, limiting their ability to monitor changes in patients' condition over time. But actually, nurses are the people who are in continuous presence at the bedside. They interact with the physicians, the pharmacists, the families, and other members of healthcare team on a daily basis. So you can say that they become a part of the life of the patient during their stay in the hospital. Nurses are critical to timely coordination and communication of the patient's status to the team. That is the key to success of a patient treatment. That is the timely coordination. A nurse's role in patient safety includes monitoring patients for clinical evaluation, detecting errors and near misses, understanding care processes and system flaws, identifying and communicating changes in patient condition, and countless other tasks to ensure patients that they receive a high quality care. Depending on the individual's nursing competency, several ways are employed to develop efficient solutions for various issues in the clinical practice. Many worldwide organizations employ educational techniques to provide nursing students with the knowledge, skills, and attitudes required to appropriately perform safety management tasks. They want to improve nurse competence by adopting the integrating patient safety curriculum and education initiatives. Individual competencies shaped by formal education have an impact on informal learning in the therapeutic settings. This was a very good result obtained from several studies. Now coming to the barriers to patient safety. Taking up patient factors, there can be many factors relating to the patient which may act as a barrier to patient safety. First and foremost can be communication. In turn, communication can have many factors like language differences, like educated and uneducated patients, their inability to communicate their things with the doctor or the physician. And apart from this, there are many staff factors like availability of staff in itself. Here in India, we have a not a very good doctor-patient ratio or a nurse-patient ratio. So because of our population, we are mostly having problems in deployment of staff in many areas. Then there may be miscommunication among the staff regarding anything. There are many levels of patient care. For example, a physician is given some kind of medicine to a patient. Now you have to give that medicine to the patient. So it's a long process. The physician prescribes. That prescription goes to the pharmacy, and from pharmacy the drug is released. From there it goes to somebody else, and finally it reaches the nursing staff. So there are many steps, and any step can be missed or miscommunicated. Give an example of staff factor here. Then lack of collaboration between physicians and other healthcare personnel. At one time, somebody is giving some kind of advice, another one is giving some kind of advice. So it's very difficult for a nursing staff to follow all this. Then managers having a negative attitude to patient safety issues. Sometimes in corporate hospitals, they become businessmen. So that kind of attitude can create bias towards patient safety. And if you talk about the COVID times, the pandemic times, these barriers must have been amplified to a very larger state because of patient isolation and staff isolation and communication problems. Many things could have escalated. Now, what are the facilitators to this patient safety? How to remove these factors? It is positively affected by having an open dialogue with patients. Personal interest in patient safety issues. Then collaboration in multi-professional teams. Collecting, storing, and sharing patient safety related data. Now, this is very important. If you have the patient safety related data, you can always go in, give feedbacks, and make improvements in your plans for future. Without the data, you cannot know where we were wrong, or of the fact that whatever is going, whether it is coming out to be productive, the outcome variable is productive or not. That we can know only from some kind of data that we can obtain. Then the work schedules. Compatible work schedules can be made. Engaged managers provide a positive influence. Availability and use of knowledge from external sources. We have always a safety button, you can say. The patient-centered care and nursing education. Providing healthcare services that respect and meet patients and caregivers' needs are essential in promoting positive care outcomes and perception of quality of care, thereby fulfilling a significant aspect of patient-centered care requirement. In nurse-patient clinical interactions, achieving patient-centered care and communication is difficult due to institutional, communication, environmental, and personal behavioral constraints. Given the linkages in clinical contexts, healthcare workers must recognize these barriers and facilitators of both patient-centered care and communication in order to promote patient-centered care. What are the barriers to patient-centered care? Maybe healthcare or institution related, communication related, environment related, or personal and behavior related barriers. Facilitations of patient centered care and communication. Nurses, patient caregivers, nursing managers, and healthcare administrators must ensure that efficient therapeutic communication is achieved in care process and becomes part of the care itself, given the importance of communication in healthcare delivery. Understanding patients and their individual needs, demonstrating empathy, and attending attitudes, exhibiting warmth and respect, and treating patients and caregivers with dignity and compassion, as humans are all facilitators of patient-centered care. To support patient-centered care and communication, health policy should be directed towards healthcare practices and management. Changes in management styles within healthcare institutions, where nurse managers and healthcare administrators reflect on nursing and care practices to guarantee that the code of ethics for nurses and patients' rights are adequately followed, are at the very least possible outcomes of these regulations that we expect. In nurse-patient interactions, effective communication is a critical component of nursing care. It becomes therapeutic when communication between the nurse and the patient is patient-centered. It promotes care techniques like accommodate patients, caregivers, and caregivers' needs, concerns, and preferences by allowing for trust and mutual respect in the care process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah. I have some questions. Before audience can ask question, I will ask that safety and nursing education is for all the people. This means 7 billion people on the earth. They need quality health care. So patient care by nurses is required, and Dr. Mark has very clearly stated golden rules for safety of people in the organization, what leadership should do, what organization should do, and how a person or employee from the organization returns safely at his work, at his house. So this is excellent, but I will ask both the distinguished panelists three things. What best and best and affordable steps one has to take for the healthcare industry to be more productive and also serve as a service industry to the people. This means what are innovations, what are R&D, what are the safety measures, and what are the skills and behavior that is required to be inculcated in the staff so that a world will be or planet will be a good place or clean place to live in. Dr. Mark, please.
Okay, thank you. Now to your first question. What are best and affordable steps to make the health industry more productive? Now, if I would know the answer to that question, I would probably be Minister of Health in Switzerland now. Because this question has no clear answer. Just to mention that our government projects that at the end of this year, our health costs will rise between 6 and 10%. Now, for the last 15 years, our politicians have in vain looked for an answer to your question. So question number 2 is a little easier. You asked skills and behavior, and as my esteemed co-speaker has said, patient-oriented healthcare from nurses, from managers, and from doctors. Now, there is an issue of change management. The first step needs to be in a hospital, for example, or in a health state, that you define a desirable end state, which means you translate all those requirements, which we have seen in the second presentation, into a clearly understandable, desirable state. What does patient-centric behavior of a nurse mean? And then once you have written that, written means a maximum 1 page per issue, then you train, first of all, managers and doctors, and secondly, nurses, because change management must start from the top. So I could imagine to put together a pilot with the desired end behavior. How does an interaction between the hospital staff in a wide area and the patient look like? You make a video of it, and then you make training sessions of 20 to 30 minutes with real patients to show the required skills and behavior. That would be my initial answer.
Thank you, Dr. Mark. Now, Dr. Sarah.
Yes, I agree with Dr. Mark. I fully agree with him. I have 2 or 3 points that I'd like to emphasize. Number 1, a physician is the role model. Dr. Mark was talking about top to bottom thing. The topmost person is the role model. He is followed till the bottom. So he has to be the role model, and he has to do all that he expects from the lower staff to do. For that, for our staff, for nursing staff, for health workers, some solutions can be there which are feasible, of course, like repetitive training and capacity building. That must be in a cyclical form. Like after some duration of time, then a proper assessment and feedback mechanism that you can put into your planning cycle and go on in the top and do a planning and replanning according to that feedback and do improvements in your healthcare structure. And if you keep on repetitively doing these things, of course, your product of a happy and satisfied patient, we can say, keeps on increasing and increasing. That's all what I want to say. Thank you.
So what you say, or what I exactly able to understand, is top-down approach. Top should be role model, and their motivation should pursue down the line. I have to say something. Doctors are good and nurses are very good, I must say. And these are nurses. Why this chapter? Why this session is there? What is the cause of this session? Because we have to focus on the skill and the approach of nurses. That will make differences. Doctor will be there for about 10 minutes or 5 minutes in a day, but nurses will be 8 hours or more per nurse. So their behavior, their skills, their positive attitude, that will make patient happy and recover fast. That is my concern, and I will deliberate much more on this aspect in times to come. because I have talked to former Secretary Health, and she said that what is miracle done by the paramedical staff and nurses, they are responsible. They are much more disciplined than anybody else. And this is a lesson learned in last 2.5 years. Though they should be properly paid. This means security staff is paid much more than nurses, so that the patient in private hospital, the patient or their caretaker should not enter into CO's room if anything gone wrong. So we have to take care and focus on skill, behavior, and attitude of nurses. That will make healthcare industry very, very fertile, or say very agile, and very, very constructive and meaningful for times to come. And
May
that's
I
why
ask a question?
yeah, why not?
Okay. Now, you see, for last 2 years, I've spent about 6 weeks in 3 different hospitals. It worked out well. Now, what I hear after pandemic is exactly from the Nurses Association what you have said. Pay more attention to them, pay them more, etc. However, in a real life situation, I've seen doctors during 24 hours, a total maybe of 30, 40 minutes, as you said. The individual nurse I've seen maybe 30 minutes, not more. Psychologically, for a patient to feel evaluated, accepted as a person, it helps a lot if the junior doctors, not the senior one, come more frequently and ask questions. How do you feel? Tell me something. I think that the behavior of the junior doctors is too much scientific, too much labs, and not enough geared to asking questions. And another one, besides the doctors and the nurses, you have the different managers of a hospital. It is extremely important that the CEO and his second level visits from time to time patients, each day another ward, just spending 5 minutes, because it's a surprise for the patient that even the CEO, the white collar, the so-called important managers go and ask and discuss. All of a sudden you feel much better, because you think, oh, they don't run a hospital, which is a legal term, but they run the hospital for me as a patient. So I would not only focus on nurses, but on junior doctors and on management behavior. Thank you.
This is Mr. Mark. This is very important observation and practical observation you have just shared with it with us, and we have taken note of it. We will see that something good will prevail in this direction. Okay? And second thing, about the safety aspect of the organization. you have given rules. Please tell me where we are lacking or in safety, in organization safety for the employees. Your observation, if any.
Now, safety-wise, the most common error is that employees in hospitals go up and down stairs where there is not any handrail, or if there is one, they don't use it. A handrail, by definition, is a rail on which you have to have a hand. And then I've seen a lot of nurses and other assistants running around the hospital with a lot of things in their arms, carrying packages. And the third, that's more health, now not safety, the ergonomic position of nurses helping patients in their beds needs to be improved. Sometimes you need maybe more mechanical help, but I've seen nurses that bend over and lift or help to lift patients, which after some years will cause back pain. So ergonomics is a real important issue, not only in warehouses, but also in hospitals by the staff, the employees. That would be my answer.
Thank you. Dr. Sarah, your comment, please.
I fully agree with Mark. What I can say, no additional comments, has covered almost everything.
Okay. Dr. Mark, we will love to invite you next year on 12th of April, and we will see that physically or virtually.
Hopefully physically next time.
Yeah, physically, I will like to invite and will like to honor also, so that your impressions, your practical experiences will be shared apart from word of wisdom. Thank you, Dr. Sarah. The dates are 12 and 13 April 2023.
12th and 13th.
12 and 13.
In Delhi.
In Delhi, New Delhi.
Okay.
India.
I'll make a note.
Yeah, and I will send. Yeah, I know you are very meticulous. So we will send you, and we will see that the doctor and nurses and all, some patient, if they are online or somebody, then they should be benefited. Thank you very much for sparing time, and hopefully something good will prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you so much, Dr. Philman and Dr. Saira Mess, for that wonderful session. And we'd love to invite you to the future conferences as well. The next year's session, as Dr. Garg pointed out, would be in a hybrid mode, and we'd love to have you as guests in that session as well. It was indeed an exhilarating experience today, and in fact, the entire conference was very thought-provoking, and various topics related to the healthcare, especially the challenges really in the post-pandemic world, were discussed in detail in the two-day conference, and I would really love to be there the next year as well, and see you in participation for the future conferences as well. So thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies, for having joined us. And I now request Dr. Anil Garg, President, World Healthcare Conference, to please deliver a vote of thanks. Sir,
Thank
you are
Thank
muted.
you. Thank you, Aishwarya. This conference is supported by Accenture and other organizations. They are supporters and financial for this conference. We have to thank Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Niti Aayog, Government of India, for their support. And thank you very much for your cooperation. And we will see you next year on 12 and 13 of April 2023 in hybrid mode. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Pleasure having all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.